What is up, team? Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Let me take a sip of water. So let's start off the day by hitting that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. We just got the data. The data is a mixed bag. PCE came in. Let's go over it real quick so we can have an idea what our thoughts are on the day. Core PCE 0.2% came in right in line like I had a feeling it would. Just instinctive. That's all. Just if I had a hunch, I'd have to say it pretty much came in line. Personal income. Here's where the market's kind of sold off. Personal income, month over month, 0.2 versus 0.3, 0.3, 0.3, 0.3 consensus versus and last month, which is good. Which is a sign that we should start seeing the personal spending month over month came in at 0.8. Obviously, personal spending should be up because people are paying more for things and goods. But anyway, that was higher. Personal spending was higher than consensus and forecast. The forecast was only 0.4. Consensus was 0.7. So we came in a little above. That's month over month. We have risen 20 basis points. PCE year over year came in line just about. PCE price index month over month came in line. Initial jobless claims. Here's the other one. 228,000 versus 232 last month versus a consensus of 235. So it went the wrong direction, right? It actually went down. We got a little bit of inflicting data with what we got last Monday and Tuesday, guys. Core PCE, yup. I was looking at what year over year, and I just said yup. So 4.2 versus a consensus of 4.2, pretty much. A tick higher, a basis point higher than last month. So we have Chicago PMI. What are my thoughts? I think we have a little bit of a mixed bag. I think if anything, we might want to trade to the downside because you want to see that personal spending come down. Personal spending needs to come down. Core PC. Oh, this is why I told you guys watch what's going on around the world. Look at Europe's inflation rate, guys. 5.3. Previously 5.3, forecasted 5.1, 5%. Came in higher. Unemployment rate came in line, of course. Inflation rate year over year was a tad down. CPI flash, blah, blah, blah. Month over month inflation rate, guys. 0.6 versus a previous of negative a tenth of a percent. Negative 0.1, a tenth of a percent. All right. Inflation rate year over year for France. Year over year, 4.8. They were expecting 4.6. All right. GDP, all that fun stuff. So there you are. Housing starts in Japan, -7 versus a consensus of -0.8. There's a big drawdown there. You got to look at this Europeans' inflation rate because what does that do with their interest rates? All right, what are they going to decide to do? All right, it came in above expectations, guys. Inflation rate year over year, 5.1 versus 5.3. So, yes. All right, so let's get into the charts. Yields did pull back. The dollar actually looks like it's bounced. Yes, the dollar's bounced, right? Dollars bounced. Let's go look at the 10-year. 10-year still pulled back a bit. All right. I feel like we need more data. We're getting non-farm payrolls tomorrow. We're going to want to see how that is, guys. I think the market's going to want to really see how the non-farm payroll comes in to solidify, the labor market, which is going to solidify and give you an idea if come on. It's going to, we want to start seeing this labor market pull back so that the spending can come down, so that the demand can come down in turn, right? It's what the Fed wants. It's what we've been talking about. So if you're new here, if you could hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. Thank you for joining us. I plan on kicking ass and taking names today. I'm going to piss on my competition. Sorry to be so blunt. I do apologize, but that's the type of mood I'm in right now. Not in a bad mood. I'm just ready to have a great day. So let's start off with, we can go to futures, I guess, but there's no, it's all the same. So with resourcing, but energy to avoid. So there's a couple of things I want to look at. Let's see, we could hold this level. I want to see if we have a down day. Not a huge down day. I don't think we have a big, like a down day that's big. I'm going to wait. I'm going to let the market tell me what it wants to do. I'm going to let the market tell me what it wants to do. All right, so there is that. It's a nice flat top resistance. Right, that's an ascending wedge if I've ever seen one, guys. That's an ascending wedge if I've ever seen one. Right. So that's a nice ascending wedge, guys. It didn't really play itself out, but we'll see what happens. Feel like that's a breakout, pullback, and see if it tries to go higher. All right, see if we try to go higher. Keep your eye on level 2, time and sales, all that fun stuff. All right, let's go to the S&P so I can really hone in on what it is that I think we do. We have a lot of setups today, a lot of different things you can play. All right, a lot of things are going on right now. Let me get my stuff going here. All right. Come on. I'm sorry, just give me 1 second. Just trying to get all my stuff ready here. All right, we're on the 15-minute chart. So what I want to see is if we kind of just hang around this area. I really do. We don't have a reason to break up. We had mixed data points today, right? PCE at the end of the day came in line, right? So core PCE month over month, previously 0.2, actual 0.2. So there's no up or down change in it. It's just flatlined, okay? We'll see what happens when they give you the revised numbers, which I feel like those should be the revised numbers, right? Or today's still August, so no, never mind. That is correct. It would say so. So we're just gonna look for 450.50 to be support, and we'll just take it from there, right? You watch yesterday's highs. Come on, because you have some stocks that are looking bullish. You have some that are looking bearish. You have some small caps. I was up a little late last night again because of a few different reasons. So forgive me. It's not that I want to be. I'd love to be in bed as early as I could to do the things I want to get done and be on here early. All right, so we're going to look at yesterday's double top. All right, we're going to look at yesterday's double top, which is going to be right here at like 451.62. Let me do this. And I'm going to give you the upside and downside target. Really, we know the downside target. Come on. Right here. We're going to look for 451.65 area to be support. If it can no longer be support, then we will look for it to be resistance. But for right now, we're going to look for this to be support. Let me turn this down. I just want to make sure there's no issues. All right, so let me see here. Okay. So we're gonna look to see if this thing bounces here. If it cannot, so that's a tried. We tried to break out and above that level. Where does that level take us? All right, where does that level take us? Where did we turn back from? Where did we turn back from? Is this starting to be our lower high? I'm curious to see if that's our lower high. All right. Now we are a bit oversold on the smaller time frames from the hourly, the 15. So I'd imagine this holds and maybe we do get a little bounce. All right. Guys, I'm going to be honest. I still want to see if we can get back down into this area. If not, 443, guys. I'm being honest here. Being honest. I still feel like, we have. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure that I've seen everything I need to see. And that I'm not, upgrades, downgrades. CRM had earnings last night. If you were on the watch list, you know that. Let me see here. And that is true. There's not one. All right, we only got a few minutes here. I'm looking at Meta Tesla for the short side. If we go down, all right, you guys know why. Look, another rejection. We're clearly not above. We're not anywhere near yesterday's high on Meta. There is weakness on Meta. Okay, Meta has weakness. Meta is weaker than some of the other names. Tesla. See, kind of not really, actually. It's actually still up at Tuesday's high. All right, we're still sitting up here at that 50-day. All right, still sitting up at that 50-day. So these two I'm going to look at. People are looking at Shopify, AMC. There's a lot of stuff running, guys. So I am sorry that I came on a bit late. And that's my fault. You know, I gotta be able to find time to play with my cat and like kind of help her not sleep all day while I'm trying to work and do other. There's so much stuff that goes into this, guys. There's like so much you guys don't see that it takes, and it's just me here. And that's why I ask if you could just hit that like button and subscribe. My goal here is to help us all, just to help put us all in the right places at the right times. I want to look at Goldman Sachs and some of the other banks too. All right, there's Tesla. I got that. That's yesterday's close. All right, let me see here. Let's look at and again, you had Salesforce, just like Carl Quintanilla said. The Dow is being held up by Salesforce. All right, and double top. Double top. Like I said, I'd have to be long this name. It's going to be hard to be short after those expectations. Right? After what they reported, it's going to be very hard to short this name. But a lot of it's already been priced in. You want to see if this level holds. You might have room to 238. You might be able to catch a $10 move here. This was our target prior, so let's see if we try to test all-time highs. Let's see. See if we try to test all-time highs on CRM. I don't know if we will, guys. I really don't. It all depends on what the market decides to do today. Again, the Dow's being held up by CRM. So right here, nope, pivot low. So this is the area I'm going to be watching on CRM. This was your prior resistance, flat top resistance here, prior support. Let me see. Hold up. Hold up. There we go. I'm going to call it there. I like that level. I just feel like that's where it's meant to be, right? And that's actually where the candle closed yesterday, so. Right, so I'm going to be watching 227.50. right? I would be taking profits at this previous pivot high from yesterday's high, right? Yesterday's high, if we're able to take a long here, right? I'm not blind to the fact that we could also pull it back down to 221, turn it back up and around. If you don't find support at 221 in a few days, it's not going to do it in one day, but 217, right? 217 is where I would look to start being a buyer down in that area. It's a bit oversold right now, or overbought. Let me get my charts set up, guys. Let's get going for the day. But real quick, and I'm sorry to come on here so quick and give you guys these levels, but previous highs, right? There's a previous high there, and then obviously 238 is another high, right? And what you could also look for is even a pullback to that 50-day. See if this 50-day starts to try and meet it. Man, that's insane. Look at that reverse head and shoulders, guys. That's so clean. I'm going to look for a move back down to 215. I'm saying it now. 216, 215, that's where I'm looking to get long this thing. If this CRM gives me the opportunity to get long at like 212 into like 211, 210, right? This neckline right here at 212. 212, I'm a buyer. And I'm going to be long like I don't know what on CRM, right? That pattern yesterday, I didn't see it until now. I don't know why. Maybe I did see it and I just, don't remember saying it out loud. So we'll see if that takes place, guys. Look at that. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, and you break out. That's a beautiful pattern. I think they said AMC was going. It rallied its ass off yesterday. I was watching it yesterday, and I just didn't have it in me. All right, I didn't have it in me to get long this name. So we'll see. Seems like there's a bit of a short squeeze here. You had a lot of other ones. So, I wanted to say that yesterday too. Yo, what's up, Chris? This morning I'm watching Meta. I'm watching whatever is weak to see if we get downside. I'll be watching CRM. All right, I'll probably be watching the SPY again. We have non-farm payrolls tomorrow and stuff, so I feel like we had a mixed bag of data today. Sorry, I'm just now seeing your comment. So, oh fuck. Let's see. SQL. There's a couple things that I'm watching. I woke up a bit late this morning because I was up really late last night. Because, for the usual reason, like my cat likes to come in as soon as I go to sleep and keep me up. It's getting old, but I gotta be able to spend time with her and play with her. It's just like I say, guys. There's so much shit that I'm trying to do, man. There's so much stuff, and there's not enough time in the day. If there's a way I can get it done faster. It's 9:28, and look, here she comes now. She said, "Dad, you talking about me?" Okay. I'm actually going to go give her some food real quick. She's already been fed. I just want to make sure she didn't eat it all and is still hungry. So here's the SPY 3-minute chart. Again, we're going to look for yesterday's high to see if we can hold it. Where is the daily chart? Come on. So there's the 50-day. So let's see if we can start pulling back to meet this 50-day in here somewhere at like 447, 446. I would love to get the S&Ps to pull back and make this area, one of these areas here, 443, 447, 448 support. We got to make one of these areas support. I don't care where it's at. More than likely down here at 445. Come on. I'm coming, Abby. Hold on. All right, we got 1 minute till U.S. Open. All right. Again, in Europe, higher inflation data. Keep that on in the back of your mind. Studies. Add study. Boom, boom. Come on. All right, good luck today, team. I will let you know if I'm doing something, getting into something. I will be watching the overall markets. Jesus Christ. Come here. Go ahead. All right, so there's a bounce in Meta. Gonna go test that 50-day moving average. Let me get it moved so I know exactly where she's at. Yeah, so watch AMC, everyone. It's just going nuts. AMC is going nuts. What up, Collins? My guy, how you doing, buddy? I'm doing good. Hope you guys are doing great today too. Watch AMC. There's a lot of different things here, guys. So we found support there. Is that a lower high on Meta? Let me watch Tesla with that news that came out yesterday. So that turquoise dotted line is yesterday's close. It's going to be tough. I don't know if we have a reason to move to the upside or downside. Guys, I want to lean to the downside. I'm being honest. All right, I'm being honest. So there's a break and retest of that 451. All right, there's a nice test of this high right here. You bounced right off of it. Let me dotted line it. And Google is strong as well. And where is that a failed break higher? Where is it? Right there. So this is pre-market lows. Pre-market lows. Okay. All right, Tesla. I don't know why people are going long Shopify. I don't know if there was news or what. Looks like there was news. I'm not gonna rush today because we have non-farm payrolls tomorrow. So I will be kind of just picking my spots. I'm gonna be picking my spots today. If we watch the S&Ps to see if we can't break above 452. 452 is going to be your level. And I mean like break it, hold it. Looks like we kind of just did it, but I'm still kind of hesitant. There it goes. Yep. That was the confirmation, and you've seen how it wicked really higher. When I got that confirmation, others did as well. And you could see how it just really ramped itself up through that level. All right, we're going to look to see if we get a pullback at 426, 452.26 right here. Boop, look, right on the money, team. Money team, right? Look, right on the money. Boop. And I'm just going to let it, I'm going to wait 10, 15 minutes. I'm going to let it find its footing in the ground, put its footing in the ground. We might even just be trading sideways. I don't know why this TV's doing that. So 452, this area right here. Right there. Boop. Sorry, guys. I just went and gave her some food. Let's go see what the volume looks like here. Sorry. What are you guys watching? So PCE was just uh expectations, pretty much, buddy. It was just right in line. But that's not where what the worry was. It was 0.02 month over month. But look at personal spending. Personal spending was up 0.8 versus a consensus of 0.7, forecasted for 0.4. But the kicker is this here, guys. Core inflation rate month over month 0.6. Previously 0.1 versus 0.6. That's a good amount. So that's where the worries are. So they're probably gonna wait for you have non-farm payrolls tomorrow. That's recession data. That's another source that they use for inflation data is non-farm payrolls, retail sales, and industrial production, right? Along with 2 negative quarters of GDP. So this is going to be important tomorrow. Nice, man. That's what's up, Chris. Damn right. Damn right. All right, so this is pretty quiet. Let me get down to business here. There goes a SPY. Let me take this off. All right, so we're struggling up here, 452. That area, I had a feeling, I felt like we would struggle there. All right, so you need to look at pre-market as like a failed attempt higher. All right, I'm looking at pre-market and futures as a failed attempt higher. If we don't reclaim it, right? We're going to pull it back. I'm going to tell you that right now. If we do not get back up above it, either we're going to sit in this little $1, $2 range, or we are going, we got to break it. We got to break it. Where's the volume? The volume is actually sucks, guys. The volume is not good. Right? The volume's not good today. Yeah, the volume is awful today, guys, unfortunately. Unfortunately, we have some really, really weak volume. Tells me that we're waiting for non-farm payrolls tomorrow. So don't be in something just to be in something. Make sure it's like, that you have people in liquidity at your back, because you don't need to get into something ridiculous. Look at AMC, right? There's volume there. AMC's got volume. VFS, I think it was. VVS's. And we're still getting a sell-off there, guys. Alright, so let me see if I can get this. I'm going to probably take a short here. I'm going to go after the short here, guys. See if I can get a bounce back. I'm surprised this did not hold. That's crazy. But, again, they're doing offerings, so... VFS. I think it's going to go without me. Shit. Yeah, VFS is I think everyone knows they're doing an offering and they're just piling in on the shorts. So let's see if we get a bounce back to like yesterday's low, and I'm going to take the short up around yesterday's low, right? Let me draw my fibs. I don't know if it's there. I think it's And look, 38.2 lines right up with yesterday's low of day, guys. 37.45. You want to watch this volume here if it starts to increase. This volume starts to increase. I'm just going to be patient. But it broke. That's a clear break of that, of that level. It tried to reclaim it last night. I'm really thinking about. Let me see here. The volume is horrible on the SPY today on the overall indexes. It's about time because this thing has just been ran racket. It's just that you can only move this thing so much for so long, right? The amount of liquidity it takes. I wonder if we get a pop here. If this level holds, expect a pop higher. I promise you. This is a setup I've seen more times than I haven't. I don't think it's going to hold though. But if it does, this thing could really get going. You're going to see the time in sales and the tape speed up. Wait, let me throw up level 2. It's going to be really small, though, if I do that. I'm not worried about time and sales on the SPY. My CCT is kind of going too. Yeah, look at that tail lower. Um, am I on a 1 minute? I am. Oh, come on. So sometimes you have days like this, and you just have to be able to identify them. So if you trade with like pre-market and after hours, I would take like at least the first couple minutes, like take it off so you can at least check the volume, right? This opening candle was so much lower than yesterday. And look, we're getting ready to look at that sell candle there. So you know where the pressure is, guys. All right, I'm going to just grab a small one right now. I'm just going to grab just a couple contracts to the downside. All right, I'm going to grab just a couple right now. If I can get a bounce back, damn it, it's going to take it from me. I know it is. I'm just going to see if I can hurry up and get in. Give me a bounce back, please. Bounce it back, please, please, please. I'm going to do you want to stay where it's liquid. Let's go with, see, there's 30,000 on, no, come on. All right, I'm taking this might sound crazy, but I'm going to take a 449. I'm going to take a couple 449s, and I'm in them now. I'm in the 449s, guys, for today. And my stop is going to... I'm going to give it a little bit. My stop's going to be up here. If we start working our way back to initial high, which we could put in a double top. All right, we could put in a double top. I'm going small here. I'm going to get some base hits before we get non-farm payroll tomorrow. All right, let me get this screen over here done. And don't be in a hurry, guys. You could wait till 10:30 for things to start getting busy. Right? See, like right there. That pop right there. Again, this is not, don't. Of course. The Fed is speaking right now too, I think. All right. There's the time in sales picking up. Damn. What's happening? Chicago PMI came out. That's why. Shit. I didn't know the market was going to react like that to it. That's still lower volume, guys. Keep an eye on the volume. I forgot about Chicago PMI. I didn't forget about it, but I didn't think that the market was going to care about it. I'm still in those. I bought enough that I can hang on to it. All right, well, yeah, watch yields, guys. Watch yields. I know we have Chicago PMIs. It's just I don't think that it's. Well, why does this screen just keep changing on me? It's higher than expected. It's showing you I want to see if the markets pull back off of that. See, that's what I thought. Yeah, you know, you ain't playing that shit with me. You're not playing that shit with me. Come on, cuz. You ain't playing that shit with me. There we go. Nice little 15% on deck. 20% now. All right. Let's take a bit off here. Come on, let's turn this into resistance. There we go. Look, right yesterday's. God damn it. This is why I don't like doing this on my phone. Come on, bring it on in. Bring it on in. We got all day. I don't want to be a sucker. Come on, let's turn this into resistance. Like I say, let's turn this 451 into resistance, guys. Let's see if we can fill this gap. Let's see if we can get this gap filled. See if we can send this thing down to 5112 area. I'd be cool to see that. So I'm gonna hang on a little bit. It's just gonna trade back and forth. Another low volume push. I don't want to be playing the overall markets when there's like when we're not really going to do much, right? You got a decent move off that Chicago PMI, but so where was my entry? Not where, but what price? Okay. All right. Oh man. Sorry guys, I'm sorry that there's no whatchamacallit here. See, I feel like we're gonna get a mixed bag of what's going on here. So again, I'm gonna pay my attention somewhere else. Wow, look, we just shot right up to VWAP, but don't pay too much attention to it. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell, but I'm not putting, man, I wish I could have entered up there, but it is what it is. You know, I'm still not. So that could be another lower high possibly. Again, this is a 1 minute chart. There's Meta. Look at the rejection on Meta, guys, on the 50-day. That's another rejection. The volume is a bit, you know, it's the volume's not necessarily there. So we just got to look and see. It might be a small cap type of day. Let's see here. They're just eating up data stuff. That pump was a couple of cents from stopping me out of my shorts. Just cut for only a 15% market to wish washy, right? It is exactly, Chris. But here's it. So I'm pretty sure I set this on like a non-delay. So here's what I want you guys to look at, right? On that push higher, right? Look at that push higher. Where was it? Right here. The volume did increase, but a lot of that increase because it would. When you start, if you look at the reason I'm on a 1 minute candle is because when you see this candle just rip through VWAP, and it's ripping through VWAP, and the volume's only down here at 0.9. It's under 1 million shares. I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it. It's just sellers are step to the side. And you're right. It's a wishy-washy day because the data's half and half. Wait, you have non-farm payrolls tomorrow. We're going to wait for that. It's just bouncing around to eat up theta. That's exactly what it's doing, and that's why it's important to wait. That's why it didn't stop me out, but I could not get out for that 20% gain because it just takes me too long on here. But I'm wanting to put this on, and I'm going to hold it, and I'm going to wait and see. I already know we don't have volume. I shouldn't hold this thing, but I want to see if we can close this gap, and if we start putting in a higher low, right? See if we get up here again to 452, like 02-ish, and see if we try to roll this thing over, and at least see if we can get a gap fill. I'm only a couple cents in under where I bought it, and again, like look at this volume. Look at the volume. It gets any higher, and then look. See what did you just see what happened there? The selling pressure is rising. That selling pressure is bringing the volume up, right? Now it's going to try and hold VWAP. I think it's still, like you say, a mixed bag. Still a mixed bag, but there was like no volume on the buy side there. That's what I used 1 minutes for. It really gives you the inside vision without having like time and sales and level 2 on what's really going on. All right? So we'll see how long they hold on to it, but again, there was no volume. We identified that, so I just want everybody to be careful and don't do it just because I do it. Like if I have a high conviction, I'll say, listen, I have a high conviction. It's a high conviction trade. I have a reason why I like to put some of these positions on days like today. But with non-farm payroll tomorrow, here we go. We might just go higher. So what is that? That's a break and retest of yesterday's close. RSI is starting to climb a bit higher. Let's see. Watch us pump through that level. Is that like a triple top? Like, you know what I'm saying? So look at this candle. Right? Look at that candle. Look how low the buy side volume is. And you expect me to believe that that's really what's going on? Right? You're going to, like... Now, we get up here and start closing up here, you're going to see it. You're going to really start to see it go. I promise. Right? There it goes. See what I mean? See it give that nice pump. We'll see if these sellers step in. But it's wishy-washy. It's wishy-washy. I'm sorry if, if you were down or anything. Those things went 30. I was trying to talk through it because I was like, I don't believe it. Because of how low that volume was and how it was just going up so high. And there was such little volume, right? And then you saw what happened the very next candle, right? You saw like this big candle on low volume. So it's wishy-washy, like you say, right? I'm still, like, the bias is still both ways, isn't it? Right? Like, the sellers show up and then the buyers show up. So, I want to see if we can get a gap fill. I don't know what comes first. If we test 450, 250, There's a break and hold of the initial high, kind of. No. Come on, let's step it up. Speed this time and sales up. Let's pull it back. Nobody wants to buy up here. It's probably just shorts getting stopped out. So, all right, Tesla, Meta. I'm gonna leave this on for just a little bit. I will stop out if I have to. I'm gonna give this thing 10 cents, a little like 8 cents maybe. I'm in this thing at 25 cents a share. It's at 19 right now. I just wanted to have something on in case of something. And there's, like I said, there's a reason why I do some of this stuff. All right, there's a reason why. Yeah, there's a lot of people on Shopify. Let me go look through the markets real quick. The Dow's should be up. Yep, that's a nice play on Shop. There you go. That's a nice play on Shop right there. Damn it, I was just a tad late on that. Man, that's a nice pattern. That's a really nice pattern. Yeah, that was a really nice pattern on Shopify. Let me see here. Let me go back to a 3-minute chart. All right, what do we do up here? Give me an hourly chart. You're gonna start seeing some buying come in here. If we break above this level here, we are filling that gap. Well, it's the level's like right here up at 452. Yeah, I got to get out of those. Yeah, they're way down. They are way down. Brutal. 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 Alright, I gotta cut this thing. Come on. It's gonna be a fucking tough morning for me, making stupid decisions. Making stupid decisions when there's a clear break of the highs. Fucking stupid ass motherfucker. Alright, let's see if I can get a pullback in here. Volumes to the upside, guys. Gotta look long. Like I say, I'm not always going to be right. I'm not always going to make the right decisions. This is why I don't like doing it on my phone. I literally had 19 cents. I had 19 cents to get out of that. And it gave me fucking 15. You stupid fuck, man. Because I wasn't fast enough. This is why I don't like doing this shit on my phone. I really don't. I don't like doing it. This is why I don't trade from my phone. So this weekend I'm going to get my other monitor up here and hooked up and get shit cracking. Alright, I'm not comfortable going long the SPY. There's no volume today. Let's look at the Dow. I don't know why it keeps doing that. So the Dow's actually putting in a lower high, it looks like, guys. What's the Q's doing? Q's will probably be up a little bit, I would imagine. Yep, Q's are going to the upside on lower volume, though. I think the Q's might be where it's at, guys. I'm actually going to see if I can, like, I'm not going to, like, revenge trade here. But look at that clear volume. Where do you guys think the action is? That's a light That's lower volume to the like going like look, there goes the SPY starting to turn around. SPY's a little stronger because of it's got a bit of a Dow weighting to it than it does anything else. 3 minute, 1 minute. I can't believe they dicked me on that. Well, they didn't do anything. It was me. That's why you don't trade on your phone. It's not good to, at least. If you're at work, I get it. But I mean that just this the difference in a couple seconds, right? Really made the difference on that trade. That really messed me up. That's why I went slow or really low on an AMD. 11's from yesterday. AMD strong. AMD okay. AMD does have or was trying to set itself up. If the SPY turns itself around here at 10 o'clock right now, I'm going to be hot. I'm going to be pissed. I'm going to be mad. Because I know, and I said this, that it was going to go up to test that level. And look at this 3-minute volume. Right? Like, look at the volume. Look at that increase in selling pressure. And then, you know, if this sell volume comes back in and it's stronger, it looks like the RSI is putting in a lower high. I feel like the MACD is trying to cross itself back up and over it to the downside. But they can't. The sellers just... Man, that sucks. Should have been a little bit more patient. Or I should have left it on and stuck to my game plan. I should have just left it on. I put enough on to where I could have lost it and I would have been okay. I could have lost it all. Right? It was a really small position. It was only about 120 bucks. Let's see, 452.15. Yeah, was my mic not on? I was kind of just talking through the. I want to see if we can pull it back here, guys. So we came. All right, so that's another failed break higher. That's another failed break higher. Let me go check out AMD again. If AMD's moving, I want in. I need to look at BABA. Oh, so there might be some support there. 451. Look, there goes Tesla off the 50-day. Um, there was Baidu News. I should have stuck to my game plan on it. Well, not see, like I could have got out here, but we don't know that. So I need to not talk like that. What is this though, guys? This is a lower high. Lower high. I'm high, but I'm low. No, I'm just kidding. I don't do drugs or anything. It's another test of VWAP. 452. Like you say, like Chris said, we're going to be floating around, so be careful. Be careful, my friend. I don't know why I'm talking like that. Let me see. Yeah, so there's a double top into the 100-day moving average on AMD. We have I have some of the charts also that I wanted to show you guys. It was actually prime book positioning for institutions in the China ADRs. And it feels like they're trying to buy those dips a little bit. So should we get time and get some AMD puts and get some time, guys? Look at, well, I mean, I feel like we could get like some volume coming in here, like in between next week or so. That's a double, like you're double topping at the 100-day moving average, but the RSI is pretty low. I'd have to look at the stochastics. MACD's pretty low, curling up. So that would be a bad idea. Let's not do that. As a technical level on AMD, it looks really good, right? That's a break and retest of this prior base. But look how low everything is. And that break, was on low momentum. You want to see a big momentum there on that MACD. Let's see momentum indicator. But if there was a short, I wonder if we're going to get it here. Here's my thoughts. Let's see if I'm right. Let's see if we can guess this. I feel like AMD is going to meet that 50-day. And what is that? 912, 911 area. Let's see if we can if AMD can meet up there on this daily chart. Don't know if it's going to happen, but that would be my guess. My guess is that we break that 100-day moving average to the upside. The market's a bit strong. We also have a break and retest of this previous double top. So, it's all on how you want to look at it. Glass half full or glass half empty. The volume is to the sell side so far. That's where your real increase in volume comes in at. I feel like we could get them stepping in. You get up to like 109.50, 110, and AMD could start to sell itself off. And like Chris said, man, we're just sitting here. The S&Ps are just sitting here putting in a lower high. So they took the day off. Coming into a holiday week. Tomorrow is the start of September, right? Wait, what just happened? I mean, I see what you're seeing. It looks like a bull flag. You could call it that. Nah, you're right. It's I see what you're seeing. Let me see if I can draw it out for you, and you tell me if that's what you're seeing or not. I see what you're seeing. I see what you're seeing. I wouldn't consider it one, but it is, right? I mean, are you looking at it like this? You looking at it like this? Because that is nice. That's a nice. That's it. That's a ascending wedge, and it's usually coming into what, and it'll do that, right? Why is it doing this? Because you have the 100-day moving average right there. It's going to do that. A lot of stocks will do that. But yeah, man. Oh, I know, man. I know. I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm working on a newsletter and stuff like that. Um, so if there's anything you guys want me to put up here with time and sales and all that stuff, you guys just let me know and I'll throw it in the on the monitor. Exactly. Oh, any big fun. So I was really liking James Madison last week and Navy. I'm going to be honest, that FIU and Louisiana Tech game, that Louisiana Tech and FIU game really surprised me. I don't know if Louisiana Tech just sucks that bad or if FIU up their game a little bit. All right. Yeah, there's a lot of college games this week. I'm actually wanting to see how Illinois does. If you guys saw that Illinois Michigan game last year, the refs gave that. They didn't give the game to Michigan, but they set Michigan up for a kick to win it because the guy threw it and they were at like the 35, 30. He called it at like the 35 or 30 if I'm not mistaken. And the ball hit the ground and he landed on top of it. And because the refs were like put in a position where Illinois was not going to go to the playoffs because they gave up like two games that they shouldn't have. Like they whooped Minnesota, they whooped Wisconsin. They were whooping good teams and they almost beat Michigan, but the refs like gave Michigan that catch because what happened was Michigan would have been back at like the 50 and there was only like 20 seconds left, 15 seconds, I can't remember, right? He didn't catch the ball. They gave him the catch, but they still had to kick it, right? They still had to kick it. And I know the refs did that for that reason. I know they did because it's like, what does it do to give Illinois that win? That just takes Michigan out of the playoff spot. But it doesn't put Illinois in, right? I'm telling you guys, Illinois had a badass team last year and nobody's talking about it. There's some people talking about Wisconsin this, Wisconsin that. We'll see. Matt Rule went to Nebraska. We'll see if he makes changes there. He took Temple. He got Temple. Philadelphia, Temple. American Conference League. Got them ranked, and they were like 17th, 16th, right? Went to Baylor. Took Baylor where he took them. So Matt Rule can definitely recruit and do the damn thing. Trey Lance. Spent for first round. I heard people talking about it. Trey Lance, yeah, I heard people talking about it. Because a lot of people were upset that they did that. There's got to be a reason why. You know what I mean? They don't know what they're doing, but there's something going on there. All right? He might be in the bathroom snorting perks or something. They're like, yeah, we're just going to keep this on the down low and get rid of him. You know what I mean? Oh, my shoulder. I'm just making up. I'm just saying. Like, there might be something they know. I don't know. Who did Trey Lance play for? I forget. But, so there was some video I was watching. It looked like he did pretty good in preseason, if that was him. Trey Lance. Like, I know the name. I know. Who did he play for? We're going to do a college football show today. We're going to do a college football show this afternoon. Mark is not doing anything but putting in a double top here. I wasted my money on something that didn't happen. I need to get back to... I hate that they've been doing that. I know. Would you say he only played one season? Yeah, I hate that they're doing that. They used to have to play two. It's not North Carolina. Trey Lance. Let me see if I had to take a guess. Trey Lance. Where did Trey Lance play? It wasn't Purdue. Trey Lance. Let's look. Let's find out because it's going to come back to me as soon as we look it up. Oh, it was. That's right. That's why. That's why I don't remember because of COVID, right? Because you had that. That's why it's been some time. And like this year, there's a lot of changes in college football. A lot of boys left. A lot of changes. Um, yeah, but I still think you gotta. Um, hold on one second. Let me see here. North Dakota State. What? That's right. I remember this. I remember this. This is why they got. This is exactly why they got rid of him, guys. I hate to be this type of guy. I hate to be this guy, right? What'd you get with Carson Wentz? The boy has no experience with the big boys, right? You know, not taking anything away from North Dakota State, guys, but I mean, Carson Wentz. I'm just gonna say it, Carson Wentz. You don't have experience up against top tier defensemen that can run 4.9s for low fives, right? Low fives in the 40. Like he not to say that he's not good. I'm not saying he's not good. I feel like if San Francisco is going to get rid of him, they obviously saw things that he's not ready for the big boys. He's not. He's not ready for the professionals, right? And I don't blame him. I don't blame him for it. Who was successful out of North Dakota? I'm just curious. I might be wrong. You seen what happened to Carson Wentz. You seen the stupid decisions he would make when he was under pressure, right? Because he can't get away. He's too slow. And not to take anything away, because like you could say that with the guy from Florida, who's I think in the NFL. We were just talking about him. What's his name from Florida? Who just got drafted? Travis. Starts with a T, I think. I forget his name. You know his name, Collins. You know what I'm talking about. The white boy before him. The white boy before him. Richardson, yo, the plays Richardson did, man. Did you guys remember that? That shit was crazy. Where he jumped up to throw it last year. That shit was sick. I don't know, but yeah, that's all. I don't know. I don't know why they got rid of Trey Lance. I don't know. I would have to say it's because he might not have. They aren't trustworthy of Kyle Trask. That's it. Kyle Trask. That's it. Kyle Trask. I don't know, man. And who did Dallas give up? They hit the stub loss with Lance. Yup. Yeah. I don't know, man. Unless somebody gives you a reason to dump him, you know what I mean? You know, just because he's from North Dakota, like I say, I'm not taking anything away from him. But look what happened to what's his name from BYU, right? He's on the bench. Big BYU always has some big players. I would put that above North Dakota. I would put, as far as the competition they have to play and stuff. But yeah. Yeah, that is crazy. What? What the hell? Um. I'm really I want to see what happens to Florida this year. VD, do you know is Richardson still for playing at Florida? He got drafted, I thought, because he played 2 years. I'm pretty sure Richardson played 2 years. Maybe I'm wrong. I may be wrong. He might have just played one season. God damn it! Now I'm away from the market. He's on the Colts. Okay, yeah. Yo, I hope he does well for himself, man. He can perform, man. He can perform. And I mean what that coach has done, because I seen um yeah, 2 years of flight. That's what I thought, and that's why I couldn't remember. Time flies. It's crazy how time flies, right? Um, the coach from the coach at Florida Gators, I forget his name. I used to know it, but when he was coaching the Raging Cajuns, right? They were a beast. I was leaning on them. That couple seasons that his last year there, he really they had a decent team. It's insane. He's like AB mixed with yeah. I heard you talking about him. I heard you talking about him. I seen a video popped up a couple days ago about OBJ. I didn't watch it. I guess with just practicing or something on the Ravens. But all right, can we start rolling it over? So it's 10:30. I want to get back on this. We'll do a college football talking a little bit. There's just nothing going on. Let me look at the scanner real quick. I'm excited, man. I'm excited for college football. I got a newsletter that I'm still working on. It sucks trying to do this stuff by myself. I need to team up. If you guys want to let me see here. If you guys want to just take over and start building something, man, like, I'm with it, right? I'm with it. So I have all my receipts from last year's bets. Like the first game I took last year. Was Pittsburgh, or not Pittsburgh, but University of Pitt and whatchamacallit over. Who the heck was it? It wasn't. It might have been somebody from the Pac West. I feel like my wallet's in the truck. But I took that over, right? Because it might have been BYU, actually. It might have been BYU. I want to look at it. Because there's a lot of so I've been sports betting since 2018, right? Back pretty much when Trevor Lawrence's first year, right? Hitting every year back then, we would get overs on Clemson every freaking week. The number was at like 62 and a half, 60 something and a half for Virginia. Went over, right? I would lean on them first half, right? It got to a point when Dabo Swinney would take Trevor Lawrence out. And then the last year, like with Mac, Northern Illinois was just trash. Bowling Green was trash, right? Going against them and knowing these trends, and over time, because like you say, with COVID, in these past couple of years, it's been hard to get a grasp of who, there's been so many changes because of the NIL deal and the transfer portal. So there's a lot of changes, but finding those trends, right? I remember even like last year, like there were certain games with Notre Dame that were easy winners, that they were going to win the game because they lost one or two bad games. People think about last week, right? And they don't look at the numbers. Like, let's say Notre Dame was favored, they lost, and then they lost to a weak team, and they come into somebody that's better and they're favored, right? And then they drop the line on them, and just knowing different things. They'll come in, they're like, why are they favored? Oh, they're going to lose. Or they don't make them favorite, and they're like +3, right? +4.5. Usually don't see those numbers in college, but you will see -1.5, maybe +3, -3, but you usually won't see 4 or 3 in college. You'll get 6, 7, maybe 10. 10's a key number. But there's these trends you can know. And like last year, right? Because I need you guys to remember, sports betting is getting legalized all around, like, state after state, right? So sports betting is getting legalized state after state, right? Knowing these trends that I've seen from 2018, since I've been doing this, right? Knowing back then how lines would change, they actually meant something, right? Last year, how many times did Philly was favored or something, and the line would change, but it would go right back, just like this week. What happened this week? Who was it? There was a line. Oh, it was I know exactly who it was. It was a game that I thought it was James Madison, and it was the James Madison game this week, right? James Madison was favored. They should have been favored, right? But people's expectations and their minds are thinking of last year's team for whoever it was, the Texas team the team that they played, and they reversed. You had some line movement there, and they switched to the favorite. But the original number, like James Madison, that's why I said I had James Madison to win that game. I didn't put money on him. I had money on Notre Dame. Didn't put any money on James Madison because it's early in the season, right? You don't want to go thinking that you know what's going on early in the season and take your time. You also got to know when it comes to week 5, week 6, the numbers are going to be there, right? The numbers are going to be there where you're going to get that psychological effect where you should do what you shouldn't do. And I keep the list on Sunday night. Monday they come out, right? I get the list of what the numbers are, and I see where they're at, Thursday, Friday night, and then where are they at from Friday night to Saturday morning, right? And, obviously, where was the number when it first came out? Where was it Friday night? And then where did it open up Saturday morning? And then going into the game. But there's been this trend. Let me get back to my point. I'm sorry to go off topic. I have ADHD. I have noticed this happening just the past 2 years, guys, with all these states legalizing and all these people and kids saying that they know how to gamble and they're good at this and that. Okay. Well, I can come up with damn near the number majority of the time, and I can teach you guys how to do it. So, and again, it's on personal preference too, with you being able to come up with your median and your average and be able to take away a point, 2 points, 3 points from, a point because they're away. You're taking a point away because they're at an away stadium. Quarterbacks out, and it's just stuff like that. So, but what I've noticed, right, since states have been legalized, they have been running these lines like either up or down, but it's been coming back to the original number, right? And what they're doing is with people saying, "Oh, the line's moving, the line's moving." What do? They run and put money back on wherever it's going to. If a favorite's going more, or more so a favor being like -7 and coming back down to like -3 or so. And it not happening early in the week though. So if you come out Sunday, right, the numbers come out Sunday night, Monday, right, and it's like Philadelphia -7, right, and then you get to Friday, right, and then it's still at -7. Saturday it's at like -6.5, right. But as you get into like Saturday night and into Sunday morning, it starts going to like -6, -4.5, and they leave it at 4.5, right, 3.5. People are going to throw their money on the opposite side because, oh, we got line movement. Nope, they told you in the beginning of the week, right? They told you in the beginning of the week they were going to win by 7 points, and they'll probably win by 8, 7.5, right, or 7. You might just get your money back. I know, I do. I need a shovel in my hand. I hear you. So, and there's a lot of key, whatchamacallit, like, there's a lot of key trends to know, right? Like, even in college basketball, right? You get a team that has won 3 games in a row or has played 3 away games and they come home and they're a favorite. 3 away games, come home and they're a favorite. Usually you will fade that. There's just a lot of different things. To, and just doing this from 2018, 2019, and seeing the legalization and seeing how these lines have moved. I made a killing last year. I made a killing. I mean, I made a huge profit. I made a huge profit yesterday or last year. Right? I do it every single year, guys. I do it every year, and usually I'll use that money for Christmas, computer, whatever, right? Whatever. And usually I'll roll it into college basketball too. But I usually stay in my lane, and I will sit in college football though. I will play the NFL, but I usually will stay in college football because that's what I know. I just I and it's important to watch the games too. But take notice of that this year, guys. Watch week 5, watch week 6, right? When the numbers are coming right in, and you psychologically want to do something like if you watch these line movements, right? If Philly comes out favored by a touchdown, and you get into like Saturday, and that line's -6, -6.5, and you come in and it's down to like Sunday morning going in before the game, and it's at like -3.5, -4. See if they still don't win by 7, right? Because they're persuading us. There's a lot of psychology that goes into it. And I've noticed it because they started doing it with these states that are being legalized and taking all these kids' money, right? Because they don't know how to come up, and they don't do the work. They don't do the work, right? You got to sit down and do the math. You got to know how to handicap. That's why they call it handicapping, right? And you can do it. You can be profitable. And I'm going to prove any motherfucker that's out here on the internet that says you can't make money and be profitable at sports betting. Oh, I'm going to show you can. You just can't relate somebody that can't go in and collect their money and not put something in. There's a fine difference between a gambler being able to notice or identify that you don't have an edge. There's no edge there. There's nothing in your, your numbers are coming right in line. Whatever, and not doing anything, right? Not putting in, not betting just to bet. It's not what I do. Because it's a tool that you can use to really, have some extra cash. There's so many different things to use in this world to make extra cash, right? Uber, equity markets, right? Forex, fucking sports. I mean, you name it. Airbnb, right? There's all these different things that you can use to put some more money in your pocket. There goes AMD on that break of the 100-day. On an increase in volume, I'm going to go long if we retest this 100-day. Good call out, Collins. Good call out there. That's a break of the 100-day on an increase in volume. Keep that shovel. I've had enough shoveling in my hand when I was younger. I made the wrong decision. And I didn't tell you guys, but I'm actually getting, I've been studying. I'm going to get my, going to go take the Series 65 exam too. So I can help that person that has a shovel in their hand fucking have a home and retire one day. Especially if the government's going to continue to do what they do. Is that my boy Javi though? Let me know, bro. Is that my boy Javi? I hope it is. I hope that's my boy Javi in there in chat. That's crazy if it is. I think he would text me though. I feel like he would text me. He might have. Nope. Let me see here. Watch this volume on AMD, Collins. Good call out on that, bro. No, I got rid of that. I had to get rid of that, bro. Yeah, I'm not in that. Like I say, my stop loss was up here, and I let it go up, and I was saying that after this pullback here to VWAP, I got out there, but it moved a little too quick on me, and on this bounce back is where right here actually, right there. As it bounced back, I got a little screwed on that fill. I was trying to get out of it at around 18. It was an 18-cent bid, 19-cent ask, and I ended up getting filled at 15 because I wasn't quick enough. Every time that happens, I'm thinking of that commercial with the guy in the fishing pole. You got to be quicker than that. SQL is AMD still running? or not AMD. If we get this pullback on AMD, you got a nice increase in volume there on AMD, guys. It's a bit overbought, but I want to know if that's my boy Javi in the chat. He's probably working, but I know that's you, Javi. I know that's you, Brody. There we are, right there. All right, there's a pullback. If we start breaking up, man, this is crazy. I mean, it's not crazy because we're just testing this pre-market highs of when that data came out. Looks like we're just going to climb to the upside. Like, there's no volume. So what's happening is there's just the sellers are just letting them take it higher for them to step in at the end of the day. That's probably going to be my plan, is to see if we end up getting up to I don't think we get there, though. If we start getting into that gap on the S&Ps, the gap is here, is where it starts. We get up in there, I don't know, man. I still think we get a pullback. AMD's not going to give us the pullback either. It's oversold. AMD's oversold. Doesn't have the momentum. It does. It's got a little bit. It's got a little bit of momentum. But I'm excited about football. I'm really excited about football. Like I said, I've got a newsletter that I've been working on. It's more like a PDF form. Do a podcast on it. Things like that. Just like Super Bowl. So I took San Francisco. Whoever the hell it was. Kansas City. I'm sorry. We were talking about San Francisco. But my mom, the whole time, right? And this is the other psychology part to sports betting. My mom, the whole time, was like just, a little. She was just pissed that that the Chiefs were going to lose, and I'm like, Mom, relax. They're not going to lose. I'm telling you right now, like that feeling of when they're down, but they're still in the game, and it's just you've seen the game, watching the game play out, and it's just there's just been some missed calls and like some stupid shit happening. That drives everybody in the second half. Like the Eagles are going to whoop that ass. And what happens? People that put their money on not San Francisco. When people put their money on the Chiefs, they come into halftime down with that feeling that the Eagles are just whooping that ass. And then they put it on the Eagles to try and hedge it. And guess what? Vegas takes all their money because they can't. That, like, a lot of times, guys, I've been through this so many times. I do not want to be up if I'm if I'm in, like, whether it's a total or the spread. I do not want to be up the whole game. The only time I've ever gotten away with it, it's been a couple times, but the one time I can remember where it almost bit me in the ass was college basketball. It was Tennessee versus Arizona 2-3 years ago. Tennessee was up all game, right? Looking good all game. We start getting it, and I'm like, oh my God, they're up, like going into the third. And then what happens is it was a winner. They still won, but the time factor started to creep up where Arizona, undefeated team, started to come back, and it was a close game, but it was a winning ticket, and I don't like to be up throughout the whole game. You don't want that. At least I don't. I want that feeling of like I have a losing ticket going into halftime. Pitt versus the first college game I did last year. The over was like 50-something. There was only 20 points, like 18 points on the board at halftime. Second half, they each scored 27, 26 points. Go look at the score. I want to see who they played. And the reason I brought that up is because the reason I took the over on that is because that was a trend. When they've played each other, the over was like, there's a reason why. Because the game played out exactly how I said. I was looking for more of a second half type of run, and that's exactly what happened. But I did go into halftime feeling like I had a losing ticket, and we cashed it. I still want to know how much a shovel pays. I think you might want to rethink life if you're not my boy Javi. The only people that have a motherfucking shovel in their hands and motherfuckers that don't have any. I'm not going to be ignorant like that. I'm not going to say anything like that. Let me not go there. I want to see this real quick, guys. Pitt in West Virginia. That was it. That was it. Look at the score. Look. Wait do you guys see this? Wait do you guys see this halftime score, guys, when I show it to you? Like I said, the spread, the over was high. West Virginia and Pitt, the past 2 years, they put in a second half game. I told my girl, I said, my whole purpose on this is I think we get a second half type of game. And look what we got. There was only 17, 18, 19. There was only 20 points on the board, and the spread was like 60-something. It was like 61, 62. Is it going? Is there any volume, though, bro? It's going to be a failed breakout, if not. Yeah, you're getting an kind of an increase in selling. I might get in it with you. But your risk to reward, right? You got to watch. You have prior resist or support up here at 108.50. And you're oversold right now, or it's overbought. I don't think you have much left. I don't think the risk to reward's there, man. Unless you're already in it, though. I mean, who am I to say what's, 108 to 107. I don't think I could do it. It's not enough. That risk, just don't like that risk to reward. All right, so there goes the S&Ps trying to turn themselves around here. And you got to watch the volume though. Keep an eye on that volume cuz I'm not falling for anything. Okay, 107 stop loss. That's what's up, man. Good shit. I don't have oh no, I had my scanner off. I'm like, why is my scanner not? Yeah, but that West Virginia and Pitt game was crazy. All right, at lunchtime, or not at lunchtime, at halftime, I was accepting that loss, but did exactly what I had thought it would do. I'm going to look to see if there's any small caps to start running. If you guys don't know, there was a small cap yesterday that ran 600%. I'm not sure if you guys seen that or not. 12 again. Is it going? Yeah. Yep. You might be right about that. What I'm going to do is come on. I'm going to look at, give me 1 second. I'm going to go look at this scanner real quick and see if we have anything Is AMC still going? That's what I was. Um, Let me see here. So, and just like I was saying, guys, I have a newsletter that I've been working on. Something along the lines. Let me show you guys with like different data points. It'd be like different different things. I don't know if you guys can see this too well or not. Oh, come on. Something with like so like the first week of college football. Oh, come on. All right, so but having things for like college football, right? College and NFL, right? Having like shit. Sorry, but you can see here, like just having um, a PDF form of like different just everything from you know different statistics between betting, between playing, teams playing each other, my thoughts, what I think is going to happen, and what's so funny is like so many people pay for picks, and that's okay. But there was one person that I really felt deserved my money, and they failed every year, and I outdid them, and I'm like, I'm done. I did it to have a mindset to see if they were on the same side, like to see if their thought process was the same as mine, and that was the reason why I paid for it. Um, Yet last bowl season, it was fucking 7-0 from the Chiefs to bowl season, from Penn State over Utah. I didn't play the total on that. A lot of different things, man, and it just some of it's experience and some of it's just watching football and just being able to like and understanding how you come up with the numbers and anything can happen, injuries can happen, um, stuff like that. I don't know. Is it still going? It's not. It's not even through yesterday's high yet. It's still a bit weak. I would look at shorting that VFS if it's. I should have never turned away from it. It's still sitting there, so it never moved. It could start to go now. I'm curious to see if it. Well, it's got some higher volume. Let me go into a 1 minute chart. Well, it's going to be one of those days today, guys. I think I'll be able to work on after lunch. We start getting into this 11 o'clock hour. I want to see what happens. We don't get much movement here. I'm going to go. I've got a couple other things that I want to do. Yeah, I know. I looked at it yesterday. I was looking at AMC yesterday. That's awful. It sucks. Oh, there it goes. It is trying to turn itself around. It went right to yesterday's close. Um, let's see if there's an opportunity here. All right, you do have. See if you can bounce back up a little bit, test this high, and see if you can pull it back down in the VWAP here. Right, I would look to take, see if you can get an entry on this up here, right around this area here. Right, right around there. That's where I would look to see if you can get in at. It's where I would be looking to get in. See what happens. See if it pulls back and we can possibly take this thing for a long. I'll end up buying the equity itself because I'm sure the IV on these contracts are ridiculous. Um, Let me see here. What else do we have? Oh, look, guys. Also, ICCT. ICCT. I think it was one of the ones I wrote down yesterday that ran after hours that helped remind me of, let's see, NVIDIA. Yes, ICCT was one of the ones that ran last night. All right, pulled back. You're right. And so finally they're giving credit to where credit's due. Because the thing that people don't say about like what Trump put together and the team that he put together, they haven't really undone anything. They've undone a few things, but they haven't undone anything, and look where we're at. Like, this is not to like gloat about him or anything like that, but all we need is somebody to put together a good team. And not a team that wants to invade everyone's privacy, right? Talking about there's discrimination and this and that. Well, of course, and then you leave it to the police to have people that are disadvantages where the police can just do whatever the hell they want to do, and it keeps them at a disadvantage, right? Inner city people that don't have much opportunity or, just live in the worst environment. And I don't know. It's just there's just a lot of things about the government I think needs to change. Like the government being in healthcare, the government being in college tuitions, right? College tuition can continue to go up because if you sign that piece of paper, or you sign that promissory note, they know they're getting paid whether you pay it or not. So they can charge you whatever they want because they know they're going to get paid. They're going to get paid from the government, from the Fed. Like, if you take that out and they have to actually go get money, you take the government out of schools, you would start seeing competition. You don't see competition. All you see is just up. You know what I'm saying? You just, same with healthcare. They don't bring healthcare costs down. That's why it is different in other countries, because they may not necessarily be able to bank on the government to pay them. Right? It's a phenomenon that I don't understand why a lot of other people that don't get that. Right? The more that the government has their hands in things, the more that you're allowing other companies to be able to just say, okay, you're going to pay us anyway, that's fine. At the extent of someone's credit, that's fine. Right? I don't need to bring my prices down because you're going to, if the person doesn't pay me, y'all are going to pay me. All right? And that's the big thing with college, more so college tuition. And now you have schools that are just going to be expensive because of the school that they are. But Chris, you have a great day, buddy. I appreciate you stopping by, man. You have a great rest of your day. It is what it is. We got non-farm payrolls tomorrow. Recessionary data coming in, right? So you have a great day, buddy. I'll probably be out of here myself here in a little bit. I'm sorry about that, man. I wish I could have helped you stay in that to be able to at least get out with the profit and break even, because that's what I did. I came out of it with a loss, but I wasn't quick enough, right? I wasn't quick enough to take that 20%. That 20%, bit a little bit of money, but so here we go. Look at the size of these candles. Let's see what happens here. Look how we just came back and took back that hold of VWAP. Look at that candle. Look at that. That's insane. But it looks like a break of the uptrend to me. Man, I feel like it's going to be a boring day, or I'm not in the right sector. Is VS? It's not halted, is it? No.
Because isn't the problem though that if China's economy is strong, they have more resources to devote to their military?
VFS, VFS.
That is true. We don't want that. We don't.
There's
We are
something halted, I feel like.
military capacity is
I
used
feel like there's something that's halted right now, or was.
Sarah, to your first point, this is a complex relationship. It's a they are we are in a fierce competition with them along many fronts, but it is in our interest to manage that relationship, and it's deeply in our interest to communicate with them and have direct dialogue because it reduces the risk of miscalculation, misassessment, and kind of a downward, inexorable spiral to greater tension and conflict. Well, on that point, sorry to cut you off, but just in the limited time, I wonder if Taiwan came up at all, because when you talk to businesses here, I mean, that is the real issue that they worry about. It did not come up at all.
Can we break a little news and say that she and the president will meet this year?
I cannot break that news here, although certainly that would be a great outcome. You're the fourth high-ranking official to go to China from the Biden administration. Have any of them come here to the U.S.? My counterpart did, yes. I met with my counterpart, Minister Wong, the Commerce Secretary, several months ago. He came to visit me in the Commerce
I knew it.
Secretary.
I was just getting ready to say. I feel like people are gonna hop on ICCT right there on that curl.
Really good to get all this color. Thank you so much for joining us and for the candid comments around your trip.
There's 1,000 shares.
Thank you.
Another 1,000. Another 1,000. I want to see what's going on here. Could be bait though. It could be just putting it out to get people to buy it to go short. All right, so is that our confirmation of a low volume bounce back? I think that's our confirmation. Another rejection of VWAP. Man, but she doesn't want to sell off though. It's really hard to get short again. That's the mind fuck. Is that it's hard to get short again up here at VWAP. We tried it once. You're gonna try and get short there? Yeah. Make sure to look at the Qs first. And or ARC, IWM, see where they're at, see what they're doing. You know, the S&Ps might not be the best thing. I'll do it. I'll show you what I mean. Do it, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm not allowed to tell you what to do, but I would look to see where small caps are, and it's how the market works. So the Qs are coming up to resistance. See if they're making this resistance. But do I see something here? I think we broke that uptrend, guys. I feel like we broke the uptrend. Look at that. And there's a clear break, retest, boom. Right? Oh my God, college football is right around the corner. I'm so hype. I'm so excited for it. This is why I can't take it, man. I won't mind taking it, but I just need my entry to be correct. I'm already right on the day. I need to see a setup that's going to make me say, yeah, I want to buy that. We could get a breakout on IWM. Watch out. Watch out, guys. I feel like IWM is thinking about doing the thing. Let's see this pullback.
Don't miss our new member offer.
What Jim teaches you is use your money to work for you.
Use your money to work for you. Did you hear that commercial? Use your money to work for you. Look, there goes the IWM. Like I said, it's not going crazy just yet, but not that it will. We're having an inside day. It's just one of those days. Non-inflation or recessionary data coming out tomorrow. All right, non-farm payrolls. Damn it.
when consumers can expect some relief.
It is what it is. You have days like this. You have to just learn to accept it.
Excess savings have been propping up this economy, and what happens when inevitably those savings dry up?
But topping the tape for us this morning is the deluge of economic data. Today's risk sentiment being chalked up to a possible pause in interest rate hikes as inflation holds steady and the jobs market appears to be cooling. Atlanta Fed President Bostic adding to that sentiment, saying the central bank may not need to do more tightening. This ahead of tomorrow's big jobs report. Senior economics report.
Well, what's his name already said that Friday?
Steve, the market.
They already said Friday that if the data continues to come in like it is, that look, they're just begging people to go short right now.
And that's what the futures market shows. And I don't think there's any reason
So
to think that this data suggests
just know what the hell it is that you're doing. Like, you would have had to have gotten short up there. Good job, Collins. If you're green and getting profit, take it when you got it, because the market's choppy right now. Market's really choppy. We're waiting on that date, the non-farm payrolls tomorrow.
super core, some people call it. If you look at it, it went up 0.5% on the month, but half of that gain was professional management services. That's essentially stock market commissions, and it goes up when the market goes up. So no reason really to panic over that. When I look at the Dallas Fed
Dude, we could really use a freaking pullback here.
month annualized base, it's up 2.5%. So if we keep going like this, the Fed's going to be in that 2% range.
Come on, Spy. You know you want 451.04. So as I had a feeling, the Spy ain't moving but like $1.50, $2. You can still scalp it if you know what you're doing, but there ain't much here. 451.50 to 452.80. It's $1.50.
Because that's what it is. It's a coin flip. If you look at the probabilities for September's like 11% or 12%, whatever. And
There it goes.
it's like 40.
Can you guys see how that pop back up was on lower volume? Do you see the volume?
The question I have, and I'll ask you
Right.
this one, Sarah,
And some of that candle is actually selling pressure. If I take you to a 1 minute candle, this is why I bring up 1 minute candles. It's like on the indexes at least, to really see who's in control.
there is a dovish contingent of
I'm telling you guys. I mean, you guys saw yesterday. That was 100% on one candle. In less than 3 minutes, you had 100%. Your average size is $1,000. You made $1,000. 5,000, you didn't have to wait. It just flushed and it just continued to go and go. Right? That's what can be had in the markets that people don't really understand. If you're smart about these things and know what it is that you need to do and what it is you need to look for, you can put yourself in a really good position. You really can. It's been proven over and over and over again that this is the greatest wealth builder that there is out there. You want to build wealth? Here you go. It's right there. Whether it's buying long term, learning to trade, and then putting that capital that you're able to make, if you can understand the way to play the game, if you can understand how the chart, learn charts, learn how it moves, learn sentiment, learn how to read the data, and understand if you can lose less than when you're right. You can lose, have 9 you can have 9 losses, and all it would take is that 10th. All it takes is that 1 to put you back green. Is that a position you want to put yourself in? No. You obviously there's something wrong if you're getting, if you're not able to correctly, not predict, because it's not about predicting, but put yourself in the position to capture upside or downside of future price action from what previous price action, time and sales, level 2, order flow. What's order flow telling you? Are we buying or are we selling? That's it. And can you buy at the right time? Can you not wait for it to, when it's already rallied and you're buying the top and it reverses, and then screaming from the rooftop that the market's rigged? No, somebody else was just better than you, and there's a reason for this bell is because you guys are my competition. I'm your competition, or we are competing against the trader at Goldman Sachs, the trader at JP Morgan Wealth Management, the trader at Bank of America, whatever other fiduciaries are out there, right? Fidelity, Morgan Stanley. All right. You're up against them. They're sitting in a room just like we are with monitors, buying and selling. So remember that. You got to try your entries. To me, I want to get my entry even better. Like I more so worry about my entry than I do my exit. Because I know if I enter correctly, I'm going to lose less. I'm gonna buy at the right time to where I'm not paying, especially in options, right? That's what I do. I worry more about my entry than I do my exits. I worry about both because I want to try and be the best that I can be. But CGC. Let me see here. CGC. I need to get something to drink, guys. Oh, shit. Look at canopy growth, guys. God damn it. So it went off. I guess it's short squeezing today. Shit. You could probably get a gap up with this. Look at the increase in volume on the high, as high as it goes. All right, there we go. So I'm going to get into this. Man, what? SPY isn't looking healthy at the moment. You're correct. It's not that it doesn't look healthy. It's just that it's just not doing anything because we don't have a reason to move. There's no reason. Mark Benioff. All right, so I guess we got to watch these names here. So, CGC, guys. CGC is going off the rails. Send on short. Couldn't get filled, so still in. Okay. Please be careful. I mean, I feel like we're still going to make this. I feel like we're still going to go fill that gap in a sense. Like, I feel like it wants to do it, but it may not do it until the afternoon. Hold on. What's CRM doing? Oh, shit. I got so much work I got to do. Would you guys, Colin, like even Collins, right? Would any of you guys be interested in like I said, having like a PDF newsletter for NFL college, if you guys, like that stuff. Maybe like $10 selling for like $10 a cover, right? Pretty much going over the games, going over like, just different statistics from when they've played in the past, or your thoughts on that game that day, I don't know. I'm getting it together, so if anybody wants to, try and make something, I am doing it right now. All right, cool. There's a little bit of publishing stuff that we might have to do. If like, there's a lot. So yeah, just being able to like source where you got your information. I'm still learning, so I don't know, right? I know just in the publication business, it can be, you got to watch plagiarism and all that fun stuff. But yeah, I want to get a newsletter going and a podcast each week, maybe twice a week for upcoming games, and then maybe like on like a Monday or something talking about college or Sunday night, because you have NFL though on Sunday night, so it's like, when do you do it to, where eyeballs are going to be on the web, and they're, it's not like, people aren't watching Monday Night Football or Sunday watching football, right? It's obviously going to take away. Of course, you could always previously record it and then release it Monday morning or something. So that's a couple of the things I am thinking of. Guys, look at that ascending wedge. Hold up. Look at this ascending wedge on the S&Ps. I just started seeing this. How did I not see this? This is what I hate. I hate this. I will sit there, right? Guys, I will watch some of my live streams back, and I will look at the charts and be like, how the fuck did I not see that? I don't know why when I look at something on my phone, when I'm watching it through my phone, I see different setups and patterns than I do when I'm looking at it on my water. It's on my monitor. It's so weird, right? I have my monitor's huge. Like, I'm 6 foot and I'm still not hitting the camera. So it's like, I don't know. Like, it takes up this whole, it would be like this whole width. It's an ultra wide. Nah, not a Head and Shoulders. This right here. I'm going to show you. An ascending wedge. It's an ascending wedge. Right there. Look at that son of a bitch. Right there. That fucking bastard was sitting there the whole time. It's like an undercover cop. Right? Right in front of your face and you don't even know it. You ain't even know it. Ain't even know it. Right there. Ascending wedge, guys. Look at that. That's a bearish pattern right there. That ascending wedge was there the whole time and I didn't even see it. Or it took me a minute to identify it. Better to see it now than to not see it at all. So, this doesn't mean that I think we get like a ton of movement. If we do, I still wouldn't expect us to make any type of move. Wait for the retest. All right. So CGC's pulling back. It figures. CRM pulling back. I said yesterday that it would be hard for me to take a long or a short on this thing because even if the markets pull back, I don't know. You know, they had some decent earnings. That's where I was wanting to try and get it, man. It never did it for me. But yeah, that's cool. And see what happens is right now at 11 o'clock, all the contracts are cheaper. Right? All the contracts are a lot cheaper instead of buying them at like 9:40 in the morning. Let's see where the 449s are at. They're at 8-9 cents. Right? You could have got, I was in the 449s, they were $20. So you could sell spreads like 449s. You could sell, depending on the deviation, right? You could sell 2 standard deviations out of the money, dailies, and, you know, collect both ways, right? You can collect both ways, selling spreads. That's why I say it's important that, depending on the capital that you have, it may be more beneficial to you, or it could be more beneficial to you when you're trading to really understand all the options that you have and in the course in which you should take to make money. We have one job. That job is to take that number that we have and make it bigger. That's it. That's my job. That's what I have. I have a number. My job is to make that number bigger. All right? And there's countless ways that you can do that. So I'm going to give the markets a couple minutes. It's 11 o'clock right now. It's still not lunchtime. All right? It's still not lunchtime. I'm going to give it a couple minutes. If we don't do anything by lunchtime, I'm going to go do a couple things, right? I want to go get my Series 65. I want to go get ready to, you know, and study and take that so I can so I have that. What are banks doing? I was actually wanting to watch Goldman Sachs and banks today too, and I didn't. So there's a lot that I want to start doing. Good quality setups, depending. Yeah, right, exactly. Series 65 um is pretty much a financial advisor, right? It's an FIA. Um, oh, fuck. Let me show you. I'm sorry. Oh shit. It pretty much allows you to be able to get paid and run capital from the way I take it. To run money and be allowed to give financial advice. Sorry, I just have it just my nose is dry from this weather. No. I may be saying it wrong, but it allows you to be able. I know from NASA, I know what the Series 65 is, but it's pretty much being a financial advisor. Um, I just don't remember the definition. So um, so there it is, right? Series 65 from NASA Investment Advisor Law Examination, North America Security Administration Association, which is NASA, and then FINRA. The exam consists of 130 questions. You have 3 hours. If you don't know, well, this says 180 minutes. Maybe they changed it because there was some changes. Um, so yes, I'm going to study and take that. Hold on 1 second.
You and I talked, Mark, when you did the deal, the Sovos deal a few weeks ago, and I thought one point that you made, which would be really interesting to hear about more, is where the Rayo's
Come
stock
on.
position sits in terms of in the value spectrum and what types of consumers like it, because you're going to control a pretty big chunk of the sauce market if the regulators let you go through with this.
Oh shit. Uh. Some of the questions on here, that's so funny. Is it legit?
Okay. Don't do anything crazy. Although the
Oh
old
my
school
god.
goldfish
Um,
is pretty good. It's nice when you have some new flavors there.
but yeah, it's pretty much pretty much becoming a certified financial advisor where you can get paid for running capital, right? Um,
The Yale Campbell soup.
you're
One of
getting
the
the
questions
qualification to be
that
able
you
to,
shared is one of
get a
them
job at
is
Fidelity, Morgan
the one
Stanley,
that's catching our
or
attention right this minute.
run capital yourself. There's a couple things you have to do. After you take the test and pass it, you have to, notify the SEC. There's some paperwork you got to fill out. There's some other things that go on. I'm not going to sit here and talk like I know, but from what I've looked into, it's just that. So I'll find out. We'll find out here in a little bit, right? So. And there's all kinds of other ones that you can take. It's so. It is. That's an ascending wedge. I don't doubt it. Right? That's a nice ascending wedge right here. It sucks. It's just waiting until now to do what it did. This is why I was trying. This is what makes, sometimes this is like with options. This is what's hard. You got to be able to get the timing right. You got to know what you're doing. Sorry. I don't need to find anything. I think tomorrow we might have a decent day, guys and girls. Is the market closed Monday? Or is that next week closed Friday? Is it closed Monday or Friday? And I wonder if the bond market's open too. I don't think it will be. So if we come into this holiday, let me see something real quick.
In the past, I had a really bad experience. I was passed around from phone number to phone number just to file a claim. But with Ox,
Amazon going off.
called one company.
I was a little upset. I didn't get up in time to get everything ready and go through the upgrades, downgrades, and the news and everything. But I kind of already had a few stocks that I was watching, Meta short, Tesla short, things like that. If depending on the data. Actually, let me do this. What would I write? What is?
Call 1-800-659-3469 to get a free quote today. That's 1-800-659-3469. Covered today. Thursday, September 28th. New York City.
The market. It thinks I mean the.
The bottom in investment markets will likely happen before the
Get in on the conversation.
crypto.
I'm still.
Get in on the
Jimmy drop high of day 19 to 18.
If you're not in the room, you're out of the loop. Don't miss CNBC's premier in-person event. Get your early bird discount now at deliveryalpha.com.
European markets set to
Some news about sanctions. Hold on.
lead the way with food and beverage stocks lagging behind. With that today, some Chinese data. Numbers out of Beijing showing factory activity did slow for the
I
fifth.
was gonna say this guy hasn't been talking at all, really.
Even though new orders did
Or if
expand.
I haven't heard it.
Non-manufacturing activity in China also came in weaker, hitting a new low for the year. But it's a cloudier picture in the Eurozone as prices remain steady in August. Although core inflation fell further, now on par with that headline inflation number. Reminder that money markets are currently split on an ECB rate hike in September. And the story abroad this morning is UBS blowout earnings, including a massive profit behind today's surge in the shares as the bank reports its first results since the takeover of Credit Suisse. UBS also announcing it will begin cutting about $10 billion of costs, and that does include around 3,000 jobs in Switzerland.
Oh,
UBS
come
CEO
on.
Sergio Armati spoke with CNBC this morning on the Credit Suisse integration. Listen.
Our analysis has proven that the business model was not viable any longer. Credit Suisse has excellent people, clients, product capabilities, but the business model was not sustainable any longer and needs to be restructured.
Shares of UBS at highs not seen since 2008.
So they're saying here that they have not blocked the chip sales to the Middle East. So maybe that's why you were getting that run on AMD and Nvidia, guys. Could be there. There's the Retest of Friday's close. If the market starts breaking down and sells the hell off the rest of the day, I'm going to be pissed. There's AMD. That's why I didn't take that long. Because I needed it to... Oh my god. Please leave this fucking man alone. This is a disgrace. Right? It's a disgrace. Oh, must have heard me. The TV stopped.
Many of Trump's 18 co-defendants in the case also waived their arraignments and entered not guilty pleas. Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas released his financial disclosure report today.
Why?
Republican mega donor
So it's like this guy. They're like, he's released his financials. Why? You know the motherfucker got more money than you. Why do you need to see it? You don't need to see it. They make a lot of money. So what? You know what you could do? Maybe you could send them an email and say, I want to start a business. Would you like to help me fund it? I'm looking for funding to start a business. If there's any way possible, I'm just trying to go to people to get some help. I'll give you 3% in equity, right? With paying back the debt. People go about shit the wrong way. Like it's not okay for somebody to make money. Like real money, not like your little bullshit money, but real money. To go out and have a real life, have a real, like he's a judge of, he's on the central, the circuit court. So, I don't know, or the Supreme Court. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? It's like we want you to release your financials, like the public. Somebody starts some stupid shit, and why? Why do you need to see it? You don't. You know the motherfucker has money. You know they have money, right? If you're so worried about money, if money is such an object that you need to get or do something, like if you need money, if money is the issue, start going about it the right way. Go try to, if you want to be that person, instead of being a hater and bringing people down, go try to make it. Have you tried? I don't think a lot of people do try. And I mean, really come up with an idea, do the math. How many things do you need to sell to get to X amount at what price? Right? That's one way. There's all kinds of different ways to make money. Right? Now you can sit and work for other people and this and that. You can do that. That's fine. You probably aren't going to get to your goal. It's probably not going to help you. So what you're going to have to do is take that other time that you have and whatever little extra money that you have, or sending emails to people like that person instead of saying, I want to see your financials. Right? I feel like they only do that because they think like there's always some type of conspiracy. But I just feel like some people like that people that worry about other people and if they have money or this or that. I just feel like they haven't tried themselves to go be the best person that they could be, and they worry about the wrong shit. They worry about shit they shouldn't be worried about, is what I'm trying to say. What the hell does it matter if somebody releases their statements? Right? What's it going to show? Is it going to show that he's been hanging out with Epstein? Like, who's to say that, like, nobody, I'm just saying, what are you trying to get to? What does releasing financials do? What does that do? Right? What does that do? Doesn't do anything. You're still broke. He's still good. Right? I don't know. Some of the shit that goes on these days, it's like, it's crazy. What's important is all these families out there struggling because the government spends too much money and they can't afford to fucking eat. Right? Me, I don't have kids. I don't have kids because I just felt like it wasn't the right time. It's just, so I wouldn't make that stupid decision. If I can't afford to have kids, why would I have kids? That's just my personal opinion. Kids are great. If you have kids, that's good. But me personally, so I don't know. That's all. That's the point, right? What does releasing his financials do? Does it bring out the big secret? Does it unlock the secret to the world? No, it doesn't. Right? So start worrying about what it is that you should be worried about. It's so crazy. Even the presidents. What does it matter? Trump releases financial statements. Biden releases financial statements. Why? Why? So they can just continue to show you that you're piss broke poor compared to what they have going on? That doesn't do anything. How about instead of fucking making TikToks of this and that, how about sending a fucking email saying I'd like to start something, like you'd like to start a business or something. Maybe you'd like to work for them. We'll start sending emails, right? That's also another sales tactic is getting a hold of sending emails consistently, right? There's all kinds of people out here getting that cake, all kinds of people out here getting that money, right? If I could get my Series 65, what's the one thing I could do? I could go out. I could go to Ben Mala. I could go to all these people. I would sit there and send email after email after email after email, right? Make a video. Guys, I'm trying to get a hold of Ben Malik. Can we get this to like 100,000 likes so he can see this, right? I just got my Series 65. I'm really great at this. I think I'd be a good use. Let's get a hold of him. And then ultimately it's up to him. But you know what I'm saying? Like that's how I would approach something instead of like making a TikTok saying, I want to see his financials. He's got so much shit going on. He's a crook. He's this. Okay. Even if he's a crook, who gives it? Like, what does that do for you? You're still stuck in the same fucking position that you're in. Start worrying about shit that matters. I'm not saying you guys are doing it or anything, but like you know, it's on TV. It's on it's televised TV that the guy from the courts has to that he ended up releasing his financials. Of course he's going to release them. He has nothing to hide. And if he does anything, if you even knew anything, if he were to do anything, he has to file and make that shit public anyway. If he goes to do anything with securities or does anything with businesses and stuff, the fucking information is put out there. You know, it's just crazy. Some of the la la land shit we live in today, guys. It really is. You know, it's a good time to be alive, though. I will say that. And maybe I'm just going on a rant, but I gotta talk about something here. I gotta help you. I gotta entertain my people. And if you guys want me to throw anything on these charts, you just let me know. Look at Nvidia. We haven't seen Nvidia move $5, $10, and what this thing was averaging $20 a day. Market is definitely waiting for that non-farm payroll tomorrow. I'm telling you. I would be certain to say, I would put my neck out there to say, wait until we get to like 3:25, 3 o'clock, 3:30. Wait till you see what starts happening then. If tomorrow is going to be a big day where we're going to get some volume, I guarantee you start seeing it when we start getting closer to the close. You're going to start seeing positions, and I would think it would be a sell-off in case that non-farm payroll comes in high. I would think that there's going to be some profit taking in case that non-farm payroll comes in high. Then the Fed's going to say we got to keep hiking, higher for longer. We got to soften the labor market, higher for longer. You want me to just keep talking, talk the market down, right? As soon as I talk, I just talk the markets down. That's hilarious. I want to find out if that was Javi or not, though. Javi, if that's you, bro, you got to let me know what up. You got to say what's up, bro. I appreciate you tuning in. I'm going to fucking text his ass right now. Haven't seen him in a while. I might call and put him on stream. I'm going to text him first, though. Come on. Oh, and that's why my screens were looking goofy this morning, because I didn't... Oh my gosh. Where's my iPads? There we go. Earbuds. Nice job, bro. That's what it is. Good job, man. Great job. I couldn't do it.
for
I
those
already
products.
tried once.
I'll just quote him right here. He said it's going to, quote, ignite a buying revolution. So that remains to be seen, of course, but so a lot more pressure on those announcements in 2 weeks, Sarah.
All right,
What
thank
is
you,
all
Steve
this
Kovac
shit
on
here?
Salesforce. Another
No.
note grabbing our attention this morning. Evercore letting the dog off the leash. That's their words, downgrading
like, what
Chewy
the
to
hell is
inline
that?
from Outperform, dropping its price target to
my stomach. I
$35
gotta
a
get
share,
used to
citing
restroom real
a
quick.
decrease in net customer ads and lowered second half outlook after a modest increase in the first
Dude,
quarter.
if this
Courtney Reagan
market
joins
starts
us,
to
and part of
sell
this note,
off,
Courtney, is the
gonna
analyst
be
did say we were
pissed.
wrong to have an overweight on the stock. It's
I knew
underperformed
downside
so
was
far
the
this
play,
year. But what are the big
but-
concerns?
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, when you
I
look
think-
at Chewy's
remember
core,
what I
it was
said yesterday, if
okay,
you guys
about
watched the live stream.
in-line-ish, I guess a little
Remember
softer than some
the,
had expected.
the
in some of
distance
the metrics.
below
It's
VWAP,
going forward,
right?
though,
It
that
might
I think
start
that
coming
there's
back up.
a lot of concern. The
Right.
loyal customers are still spending actually more so than they were a year ago when it comes to that recurring revenue. Sort of you can set your
See? Look
pets
at that,
items
to a
to
T,
come on
right?
a recurring basis,
Can
like
you see that?
food and the like things that
See
you're
if it
always
starts going
consuming
back
for your
up.
pets. And so that actually is doing well. The loyal
See if you go
customers
back up.
are spending more. The problem is,
right
is
back.
that the customers they have does seem to be falling. The net ads is a real concern currently and going forward. And so that's part of what Evercore is concerned about, but also the discussion by the company that there does seem to be some more discerning spending with the shoppers that are still shopping on its site. So that's obviously a concern going forward when you're always hoping for growth. If you're not only not adding the customers that you want to add, but the ones that you have are spending a little bit less.
Everything is so sector specific in retail right now
I know.
and category specific. And I always thought pets were sort of staple-ish. Like you can never really cut back. You can buy them less, I guess, fewer toys, but you still have to buy the same amount of food and medication and treats. Where does it fit in right now with what we're learning about the consumer?
Yeah, it's so wild right now what's going on with the consumer. Like you pointed out, certain sectors may be seemingly doing better than others. But then again, even within the sectors, there's some nuances there. And I think when it comes to this company in particular and pets, what they're calling out is that some of their customers are indeed trading down. So to your point, they're still buying food, right? You have to buy food, but maybe they're not buying the
Stomach
most
is killing me,
expensive
guys.
food like they were before. Perhaps there's not additional add-ons. They're sort of just doing the bare minimum. And there's also discussion about sort of that COVID peak that we saw when everyone was adding pets to their family. That may sort of have been ending and potentially flattening out. And then in the very long term, when you're talking about household formation, that's been a little bit muted too. And so that could potentially also be a pressure.
Yeah, Courtney, thank you.
Thanks.
Courtney Reagan on Chewy. One other quick note this morning, personal spending saw a higher than expected uptick this morning, but Morgan Stanley thinks the trend might not hold. Analysts there, economists, believe the third quarter has been benefiting from Barbenheimer, Beyonce, and Taylor Swift.
What?
And
This
that
stupid
we could see
ass-
downside to real PCE spending
Oh, it got halted.
in the fourth quarter. But Taylor might have something to say about that, announcing a concert film showcasing the Eras tour.
So what's going
AMC
on
is
here?
seeing a bump on the
Is
news
it- is
and
this
telling
another
customers
stock
that the film will
that-
play in all its U.S.
So
locations.
if you don't know,
She
we've
tweeted
had some of
a
these
link
stocks.
to AMC where you can wait in
So
line and buy
7,
tickets.
20
Carl.
so why is
no
it
wonder
only
AMC is up
giving me-
5% this morning. You
I don't
were worried about the
understand.
writer's strike, not enough content.
Why is it
Taylor
7,
Swift
8?
filling the
I was going
void.
to say, exhibitor relations, which sort of speaks
What's
for
today?
the exhibitors,
8,
the
9,
theater
10.
owners,
Today's August
has a tweet
30th,
this morning
right?
that asks, could this
Why would this
end
person
up
put
being
this here?
the highest grossing film of the season?
More than Barbie.
Well, you would have to get in so many theaters to rival Barbie's box office. But theoretically, if that were to happen, you'd have studios thinking about concert films in an entirely different way.
If
I
anyone can
wouldn't
do
pay
it,
that
it's
thing anymore.
Taylor
Yeah.
Swift.
Great
And by the
job
way,
on
I
that
don't
trade.
Think that,
And
you know,
look,
some people
it's
are
gonna-
wondering, oh, does this hurt? People are spending so much money to buy tickets to the Eras
Right.
tour.
It's nice to
If you're a
identify
real
that, right?
Swiftie
That huge
like me,
gap, and then
you
what's
want
it do?
both.
It does
Yeah,
the same
you'll go
thing.
again.
Does the
You'll go
same
again and
The
again.
thing.
experience.
Just
Up
to the
next on the
downside.
show, one of the fastest growing global investment firms has a new warning about consumer savings running out. We got that savings rate this morning, 3.5%. We'll hear from Alan Waxman of Sixth Street Partners in a rare interview.
All right, so you've
Major
sold off
indices trying to make
50%.
it 5 gains
CRM
in a
is selling
row,
off.
but
I don't
S&P up
understand
just
why.
about 7 points here, close to the lows of the session. We're back in a couple of minutes.
Fuck, man, that sucks. I thought CRM was going to come in on like a nice day where we got PCE and had some nice room to run, but it didn't. But it didn't.
You think those two have any idea that they could sell their life
Hey. You're sitting on a gold mine. I can't stand that commercial. They're just sitting on it. They have cash. I know, it's what I say every day. I say that every day. People sitting on all this money. Like, they just leave this money sitting in the banks. When you have a time period where you're getting fucking 3-month bills. 3-month bills paying 5%. Right? 2-year bills paying, you know, I don't know, whatever they're paying right now. 5-something%. That's crazy. Right? I don't know. You just got to learn to take advantage of some of the stuff that's there when it's there. Oh, you know what? Also, TLT. What's it doing today? I'm still looking for my pullback. It had a nice up day. So you want to start seeing if TLT just starts grinding up. So when I say debt leads bonds and bonds lead equities, you know, this thing just if it just got done capitulating and it just got done the sell off and is now starting to make its way back, you're going to see all-time highs in the S&Ps. It's just crazy that it's all the way down here and the S&Ps and Qs are still trading where they're at. It's not crazy because it's because what makes the S&P and the Qs great is because of their reweighting, right? They can reweight things as time changes. They can be heavier. They can be more so in things that are more relevant to what's going on at that time. Look at the time in sales. Just, you know, the time in sales is running slow today because of that volume. But that's a nice rejection here, guys. That's a nice rejection.
Up when you badge it.
Welcome back. CNBC's Delivering Alpha Investor
Stop
Summit
it,
takes place at the end of September here in New York City. But ahead of that, our Leslie Picker sat down with the CEO of one of the fastest growing asset managers as part of her Delivering Alpha newsletter. Some interesting comments,
Anmo, what's up, buddy?
You made about the consumer specifically.
Yeah, I thought this was really interesting, and it's kind of in the context of
Oh
not
no,
being
bro,
quite
are you
out of the woods
okay?
yet when it comes to a recession.
I'm sorry to
Street's
hear
Alan
that.
Waxman is watching what happens
Don't
next.
even worry
Americans
about
run
that,
out of
bro.
All that excess savings
You're all right.
they built up during the pandemic.
That
He
sucks,
says this
man. I hope
could
you're all right.
create more of a
I
recession
hope
risk when
everything
they
is
do.
okay with you. Seriously.
What we think is somewhere in the fourth quarter.
I wish there was a
maybe
way you
against
could
the first
message
quarter,
me.
is that cumulative excess savings.
Is everything going to be all right?
negative. So what happens is people start to draw on
Hope you're all right, bro.
credit cards, which you've started to see the draws start to increase.
Delinquencies.
Well, we haven't actually seen them. Actually, the core consumer has been pretty resilient because everyone's got a job. Everyone feels.
Is that like chicken pox?
Unemployment's so low. But what's going to happen once it goes negative? What's going to happen to demand? And how does that demand, if there's a slight reduction in demand, how does that roll through the economy? How does that roll through revenues? How does that roll through earnings? Or is it going to
Okay, that's good,
is it
man.
going to
That's
withstand
good.
that because there's so much growth and
I
obviously
don't know
there's
like
a
what
new
exactly
push from a
measles
lot of the
is,
stuff
but I mean,
happening
like,
with
I've heard of
artificial intelligence.
measles,
But what's
obviously.
going to happen
I just
after
like
fourth
I
quarter,
don't know
once
if
it
it's
goes
like a
negative,
form of chicken
that's
pox
going to
and
start
stuff
to
like
unveil
that.
what's going to happen.
But God, I hope you're.
Waxman, whose firm manages $74
God, I hope
billion
you're all right,
in
bro.
assets involved in everything from direct
Seriously.
lending to growth investing, says that a recession itself is, quote, so hard to call right now because the economy is really strong.
So remember
The
that,
full
guys. If
interview,
you guys
which
are having a
reveals more of his
bad day and
thoughts
are
on
frustrated
the
with
state of the
life, just
economy,
remember there's other
private
people out there
credit,
that are going
IPOs,
through
even sports
things
investing,
that you may not
and
be going
more will be
through,
shared in our
and
Delivering Alpha
someone
newsletter
else,
out
you know,
later
things
today. You
could
can sign
always
up
be
by using
worse.
that
So
QR
remember
code
that.
on your screen there, guys.
That's a good
It's
reminder
going to
right
be
there.
interesting, Leslie, when we
I'm
do
so
reach
sorry
that
to hear
point
that.
where the savings
Really
rate goes
am.
way down, excess savings is dwindled, and whether the consumer shifts into a chapter where they start tapping HELOCs
I'll be right back, guys.
and really riding on credit, getting us into areas that we're
And keep
familiar
me
with.
filled
You've been
in
watching
on
the
that.
economy last,
You know,
say,
how
15
everything
years.
is with you.
Yeah, and of course, all of that comes at a time
You know,
when
my best wishes
going on
to you
credit
that, you know,
becomes
it's,
much more expensive because of where
you know,
interest
obviously
rates
it's
are.
not, measles
So I
aren't
think this is
life-threatening, I don't
ultimately,
think.
we might see
I'm
more
sure
of the desired effect of what the
there's
Fed
a
is
rare
trying to
percentage
engineer
where it
here
could
with
be, I
regard
would
to
imagine, maybe,
trying
but-
to slow the economy. What's kept it from really, really slowing down has been the fact that the consumer has just been so strong.
I don't know.
And a
you
lot
know,
of
I
that
don't
has to do
know.
with these excess savings. It's been a pretty
Hold
long
on one
period
second.
of
I'll be
time
right
that
back.
they've been able to kind of work that down. But I agree with Alan here that once that does turn negative, it will reveal kind of the true state of the economy.
So how is he positioned given that view?
So I asked him if he's, talking with his borrowers, if he's talking with his portfolio companies about being more conservative. Are you telling them to kind of hunker down just in case? And he said prudent is the word that he would use in his advice to his portfolio companies and other partners. Be more prudent because we just don't know what the future looks like. He's not saying there's necessarily a recession on the table, but this certain characteristic in the economy, the fact that the consumer may soon pull back in a pretty big way, is one that you don't want to be ill prepared for.
We'll be paying even closer attention to the jobs number tomorrow in light of that. Leslie, great stuff. Thank you. Leslie Picker this morning. Here's a question. Why won't SPACs die? That's the question many investors are asking after these dismal returns and plummeting stock prices. We'll discuss that when we're back in 2.
Go to FabLetters.com.
We all remember the 2021 SPAC boom and then the bust a year later. But now they might be making a comeback with mortgage lender Better and EV maker VinFast both debuting this month. Our Deirdre Bosa takes a look at their return in today's Tech Check. Hey, Dee.
Yeah, so maybe against the odds. SPACs, they're back, but they're also as volatile as ever. Better.com's 90% plus drop on its debut, followed a few days later by VinFast's head-scratching 200% surge on its listing. But the SPAC class of 2021, it has settled somewhat, albeit far from their peaks. And that is where some investors are seeing opportunity, like Imran Khan. As a banker, he led Alibaba's IPO, and as chief strategy officer at Snap, he built up its ad business and helped bring it public. He is now running an investment firm, and he's looking at what he calls valuation arbitrage in that beaten down SPAC space. He's picked up shares in fintech Dave, Opendoor, and Grab. That's a Southeast Asian ride-sharing or super app. Dave, when it began trading on the NASDAQ after its SPAC merger, it had a market cap of about $3 billion. Today, its market cap is less than $100 million. It's a big drop. But Khan says that when he looked through the actual financials of the company, he saw one with a better profile than a Series A or an early stage startup that's still private, but way cheaper in the public markets.
company has 2 million customers, does around $250 million revenue, and the market cap is $85 million. When I look at the private market valuation and when I look at this, I think we're finding great value in public market.
So that's his arbitrage, and he said that he has found that as well in Open Door. So the value is there, though, in part because SPACs as an asset class have been such poor performers over the last few years. So as to how we got here, Khan says that many SPACs went public with unrealistic forecasts.
The entire U.S. capital market is built on trust. And when you go public and guidance and you are significantly far off from that guidance, you ruin your trust with investors.
So I asked Khan if he would support SPAC listings for any of his private companies right now, and he didn't rule it out, but he said that he would treat it more like a traditional IPO, something he's very familiar with. So he wouldn't provide any forward guidance, and that's really the difference between the traditional IPO and the SPAC route. Guys, the reason, though, that we're seeing them now is because they're still getting money. I mean, look at Better.com. They got a big injection from SoftBank by going public. It may not have mattered that much that it did terrible on its debut.
I do wonder, though, what the benefit is to a traditional IPO if they still have that sort of bad reputation and not doing as much diligence for whether it's true or not.
Well, a traditional IPO
I'm going to
takes
cover.
so much, right? You have to actually provide, I think it's 2 years of
here.
financials. So some of the companies that want to go public,
this weekend I'm going to be doing
that.
college
They can only really make forward projections. And the whole promise to the retail investor, right, was let's get you into these companies earlier so you can have more upside.
All day Saturday.
What happened instead
more than
was you
likely. I'm
had
going to do
companies
some work around the house,
making these unrealistic
like
forecasts.
today into tomorrow. Get all that stuff taken care of so we can get the opening day of college football and I can spend the day and have
a good route. You get some good anchor investors.
Kind
the
of
problem with the SPACs that we've seen over the last few years is that they were raising money and they were getting enthusiasm from retail investors without a lot of fundamentals.
Yeah, there's still going to be an audience, though, Dee, that argues
okay,
look,
sweet,
SPACs
bro. That's
allow
awesome.
a retail investor to get
I hope
in
my guy
on early growth stories because it's so
man.
difficult to get a piece of traditional IPOs.
Got a lot of
can you imagine how AI companies would do right now if they were going public via SPACs? I mean, a lot of them.
When this market decides to do what it wants to do, and we start getting this data under our belts. As of right now, we buy the dip, but right now, guys, I'm telling you, this is why I've been surprised. I'm like, the market has just been going nuts. It needs a breather. The market needs a breather.
But on the other side
and
of
if
that,
you look, we're
Carl,
still
a lot
holding
of these
yesterday's
companies are gonna
highs.
go bust. I mean,
Let's see if those dip buyers are still there.
There's a lot of companies doing pretty much the exact same
Let's
thing.
see if
so
those
maybe
dip
it's better
buyers are
flushed
still
out
there.
in the private markets with sophisticated
But this weekend, that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm also going to be working, though. I'm going to be working on getting this,
Deirdre Bosa, after the break,
getting
the
this,
CEO of Simon Property Group on
together.
how to deal with higher interest rates when it comes to
There's
the
a
real
lot of
estate
stuff
market.
that I would
Those
like
comments
to do.
next. Don't go anywhere.
As far as work and starting running a business here. So I'm trying to reach out to some people. I haven't reached out just yet, but I would like to. I don't know if somebody's not going to want to come on here because I don't have enough likes, or if they want me to pay them or this and that. Maybe I can. You know what I mean? Give them, maybe I'm still looking for a sponsor. So if you guys, I don't care what it is, right? I don't know. I'm going to be, sorry. I don't know why I keep doing that. I'm going to be, look at TLT just ripping higher, guys. Look at TLT going higher. Fuck. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to cuss because I don't know if somebody's at work or something listening to it, but, I'm gonna watch college football Saturday, get into that, and then I'm gonna start planning and working for this podcast for college football, videos for that, for the market. I still have these courses and stuff that I've been going through. It's just me here. It's a lot of work that I'm trying. It's a lot of things that I'm trying to do, and I'm just taking it one step at a time, right? Along with not missing out on TLT when it makes a freaking 0.7% move, right? Why do I keep doing that? On a gold mine. Look at TLT breaking out, guys. There it is. There's the breakout on TLT. Watch the bid. Watch the bid and ask. 96.91, 25 at 96.90. So look, they got an order filled there. You see it 24, 25, 90, 90.60, 686 at 96.60. Did you guys just see that on level 2? What I'm explaining to you guys? So you just saw a order come out at 96.90, right? A decent size order, and then someone else, instead of going to 96.90, they went to 96.91 and put even a bigger order there. They're stepping the bids up, right? That's the bid stepping up. This is what you guys need to. If you don't watch level 2 and time and sales to see what's going on, you gotta start doing it because it's gonna help your decision making, and it's gonna help. It can help you with your entries, right? Because you know your entry down at like 96.91 area, you get 96.91, and look, 49 at 96.92. See, look, 51. Right? They're stepping the bids up. We were at 96.90.
Our market
they started
is
look right
pretty
there,
good.
bang.
I mean,
Look, 45.
we,
see how they're stepping it up, and look, see how it just sped up right there. See how it just like flipped the script.
Are,
so
not
either
robust
you can start getting a short squeeze here. I'm curious to know.
Pretty solid.
This is a really nice ascending wedge.
And
this is a lesson we can get
no
into
one
right
would have
here.
predicted the
This is a
bounce back that we had
multi-day
with COVID.
ascending wedge, guys.
We're
Look at this.
Basically back to our
and again, wedges don't have just because something is descending or ascending. Like there's a difference between a bearish ascending wedge than a. There's a difference between a bullish ascending wedge and a bearish ascending wedge. This wedge here, it's going to the upside more so than it is to the downside.
I feel very good about it. Commercial real estate's a bigger issue.
So if I put this in the middle,
for us, that's a great opportunity because we do some of our best
that
work
would be the
when
direction.
There is dislocation. But I think good real estate,
and you
whether
can
it's
see
office,
how it just
retail,
holds it.
Multifamily is in fine.
Because like I was talking to somebody at a car show, and they're like, ascending wedges, that's bearish, all right, and descending wedges is bullish. And I'm like, it all depends. You can't just look at a wedge and say, yep, it's definitely going to the upside, or yep, it's definitely going to the downside.
Also the chairman and CEO of Simon's
That's not how it
Group,
works.
Speaking with me a few days ago, discussing the state of
it depends on the volume and at what type of like, what angle is it? Like you can tell there's more to it than just identifying a wedge.
And the consumer spending environment as well. Simon Property, of course, owns many malls in this country, and said that they actually take advantage when it's a weaker market like this, when the access to credit is tough. So something to keep in mind. Cash flows back to pre-COVID levels. Watching this stock and the entire sector.
Yeah, it's actually, I don't know, it's a little, is it fair to say it's a little
Listen to what
comforting to
she
hear him
just
talk
says.
about it as cyclical
I'm going to put
rather
this
than
up here
some,
for you guys. Listen to what she said. This is
storm that it needs to be
this is
weathered in
another
the near
quarter
term
thrown
or
in the
the long
bucket
term.
for the bulls.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, and the problem is
this is the
clearly
case.
higher interest rates, as
Right
we were
here,
discussing
listen.
earlier in that segment. The question we're asking is how much pressure
Right here.
the consumer is really under, and does it spell recession? So far, the market appears to be still trading around this sort of soft landing, no landing Goldilocks scenario where there's not too much weakness, labor market's strong, still some savings, and the Federal Reserve is winning the war on inflation.
Right.
That's a quarter in the bull market, in the bull bucket.
Big number tomorrow, as the
So right
jobs
now
number
we just
comes
threw
in,
2
jobs
quarters
Friday.
in the bull
On the
in the
first of
bull
month,
bucket,
estimates
and
around
maybe
170, for non-farm
like
payrolls,
10 cents in the
unemployment
bear
around
bucket with
3.5,
that
unchanged,
the
month-on-month.
higher
We kinda
inflation
went into some
data
of the
for
individual
Europe
calls
coming in
earlier
hotter
this
than
morning with
expected.
Goldman just south of
Dude, we could really
150,
get a short
and Morgan
squeeze on
Stanley
TLT,
at
guys.
155.
Damn it.
Either way, consensus would be the lowest in almost 3 years.
I feel like I'm
30+
not going to
months.
get my
And we'll
pullback,
watch
guys.
wages, and actually
I
we'll
feel
watch
like the
work
time
week
is
as
now.
well.
Look at this double bottom. This is a nice swing trade double bottom that would be ideal. See, for me, it's hard to get in this when we're already up to resistance.
Because remember, that's what the Fed is fighting.
We're still away from
front. And the more
50-day.
signs you have
You
of
okay,
wage
Turkey?
growth, and a 3.5% unemployment rate is still a super tight labor
Yes,
market.
my
You
cat
still have
is a
more than
turkey,
8
by the
million
way.
job openings in this country. That
think
could
she's
be
got a hairball.
what sort of adjusts the expectations around
if
what
I
the Fed
continue
does
to
in
zoom
November.
in.
Because it does feel like September, they're going to pause, at least according to the market.
Right. Of course, then
Here's
you're also
halftime
dealing with
report,
longer term
guys.
issues about the
Let's
neutral
watch
rate
this.
and what AI is going to do
See
for
what-
productivity.
see what
things
the,
that may not pan out for a
Not-
while.
that's
Money
not their
managers
problem
are
right now.
thinking.
That's not,
Not
in
in
the
the near
meetings discussed at the
That's
moment.
for sure. And then, of course, as for next week, once we work our way through the holiday weekend, we will have a ton of conferences.
So it's
in
a holiday
retail and
weekend. Are the
technology,
markets
both
closed
next week and the
on
week following, and
Monday
we'll see
or
what corporate
Friday?
commentary
That's what I was
says
wanting to
about
look at.
Q4 and
But my
24.
ADHD
So
got
far,
in the way.
overall earnings were okay,
So,
and guidance was better.
here's
Going back to the
the
Savita
day.
Supermania and Bank of America note today, she thinks that second quarter's
Monday,
trough.
September
We'll see if the commentary
4th.
follows suit.
We'll see what happens in the morning. Let's get to the judge.
Monday. So the markets are
Thanks so much.
closed
Welcome to the
Monday,
Halftime
guys.
Report. I'm Scott Wapner, front and
Ladies
center this
and
hour. The
gents.
late summer rebound. Stocks continue to rally back from their August upset. The investment committee now debates what the fall might hold for your money. Joining me for the hour today, Josh Brown, Shannon Sakosha, Jason Snipe,
Yeah,
and Jenny
Monday.
Harrington. Let's check the markets here, show you what we're doing now. We are in the green across the board. Maybe not as strong as we were right out of the gates, but nonetheless, we're hanging on to gains here. There's 408. That's the yield on the 10-year. So, Josh, we're about to turn the calendar. Final trading day of the month. Really a tale of 2 months. You know, the start of August to the low on the S&P was down 5.5%.
Yeah.
Now the month-to-date declines 1.5%. So we've been clawing our way back. The central question to me is, have the bulls wrestled the market back again?
Shit, my mic's
Well,
not on.
I think the
was saying,
answer to that question is yes.
This girl
but
here next
it's all
to
predicated
downtown
on a
Josh
better
Brown, who's talking
earnings
right now.
situation going into the second half of the year, because one of the strongest
girl to the
points
right
that
of
the
him.
Bulls had during the midst of this quarter was that yes, earnings
It's a
weren't
nice suit
great,
he got.
but they
I like
were better
that.
than
I
feared,
like that
and more
combo.
importantly, they were troughing. And maybe they're troughing, or maybe they're getting
Black
a lot
blazer.
of help from some very large consumer discretionary and tech companies, and maybe they're not troughing in every sector. But that's really what
There's
you have
definitely
to believe if you want to
a,
believe that
trough
this
in
can
that
continue
consumer
into the second
discretionary.
half of the year. I
It's
think
definitely
it
in a
can.
trough.
I'm most concerned now, though, about the consumer. And I think when you look at blow-ups, and I know we're going to talk about Dollar General later in the show, but there have been a lot of retail blow-ups. Not only do I not like the stock price reaction to those blow-ups, I don't like the accompanying commentary and what it might mean going forward, because these types of things typically don't happen as one-offs. Usually when you start to see
Another
this,
test.
it gets
Great job
worse
on that
and it's
trade,
more than one
Kyle.
quarter. So it's very widespread.
Great job,
It's
bro.
very
Great
concerning.
job.
And if you ask me, like, what is the big risk now for stock market investors, I am not
Like,
going
that's
to
an
tell you
ascending
it's
wedge right there. What
market-wide
we
or
have on
S&P
TLT
earnings.
is not
I'm going to
that.
tell you it's consumer behavior changing from where it was in the first 6 months of this year.
Yeah, where it was ripping and now maybe it's softening, but it all still depends, Jenny, on which retailers adjust. Well, we'll talk about it later, and I don't want to get into
not
it now,
this
but
girl,
it does
but the
depend
other
on
one.
which one you're
Oh,
listening
shit.
to,
Did
because
I
there are
delete
some that
that?
have really done quite well, and it sort of throws a little bit of cold water on the idea, generally speaking, that retail itself,
No.
apparel overall, is horrible. Again, we'll get there later. Do you feel like now that we're ending this month,
What happened
that
here?
the
TLT, I
Bulls
thought I
have that
put.
momentum back? Because mid-month, it felt pretty bad, and it felt like, okay,
Oh, I see
this could
what's
be the
going on
start
now.
of a broader correction, and it just never really materialized. And we've roared back, as I said, just to underscore this, 5.5% from the start of August to the low on the S&P, the decline this month, now just 1.5%.
Right. And so when you said, do you think they have this momentum? And I immediately said, no, they had this momentum, but I don't think they have it going forward. And something I've been thinking about a lot is how in the short term, the market moves on behavior, and in the long term, it moves on math. And the math right now doesn't work for the bulls to continue their momentum, because to get to where we were at the high 2 years ago, right, to get back to 4,800, we basically need $240 earnings and an 18 to 20 times multiple. And that's really hard to justify, because what we're seeing is the economy is slowing, to Josh's point.
That's true.
There's
Because
signs of
like I
consumer
said,
weakness.
we're at a
if
high
rates stay
multiple
higher,
right now.
and the Fed's not talking about cutting, if rates stay higher, you cannot justify valuations much higher than 20 times.
But rates are coming down. I mean, that's part of the story from mid-month to today. Remember, you could throw up the 10-year again as we watch it. Right. Remember, we're above.
This is why
430 on
watching
the
TV
10-year
is like
at
probably
one
not the
point,
best
okay?
idea.
And not that long
for
ago either.
trading.
Right, but they're
now
not,
you're
You
at
got to
408.
come up with your own opinion.
Is it any coincidence that rates have come down and the stocks have gone up?
They're not coming down in such a significant way that is going to say, hey, move to 22 times earnings, right? It's marginal. We've kind of toggled in this range, 430. I'm going to say I'm okay with an
I
18
gotta wake
times
up,
multiple
guys.
in a range of like 380 to, I don't know, 430
So
on the
yeah,
10 year.
TLT,
So it's a pretty
I'll
wide
be
range.
watching
So yeah,
that
they've
and
come
whatever
down, but
else
it's
is
not
going on
meaningful.
today.
And so I just think that the next year probably has more of this range-bound activity that we've had over,
All right,
over
guys,
the past
Boeing.
2 years. I mean, we are flat over 2 years. One thing that I saw that
I
was
want to show you
interesting this
guys the
morning
girl.
was
So
I've
anyway,
been
this
thinking
girl
about this
that's
idea of math, right?
that's
In
sitting
the
there,
long
not
term,
the
for
one
the
that's
market
not.
to move
Look at
higher,
Boeing,
we need to
guys.
have the math
News on
working.
Boeing.
And then I read this
Hold
headline
on.
that said Citadel screens 69,000 intern applicants to find next math genius. And what that reminds me is that the really smart money, the really great rich investors, like what do they value? They value the math of the equation behind investing, and the math doesn't work for this market to move too much higher.
I don't know. Do you agree with that, Jason Snipe? The math doesn't work for this market to move much higher. The implication, obviously, from Jenny is that stocks are too expensive with rates still where they are. PE is too rich
100%.
to be justified at this level. Do you agree or disagree?
I think to a certain extent I do. Obviously, at some point, obviously, those two cross currents have to make sense. I mean, the math has to make sense. But what I will say in the short term, I think what has happened and why we've seen some of the run that we've seen is a disinflationary narrative has really started to play out. Softer ADP, softer JOLTS numbers, obviously GDP revisions from 2.4 to 2.1%. You know, we're seeing some slowdown, and I think it's more of a float down potentially, and I think that's why we've seen a lot of the price action that we've seen over the course of the last couple weeks.
She's getting ready to come on right now. She's talking
we'll
right
see
now.
what happens when the CEOs
But
are out
she,
here
the
talking
dude
about
farted and
companies
she
and
was
status
laughing
and where
so
they are. I think that
hysterically.
will have an
She
impact,
couldn't
but
stop. She had
I'm
to like
trying
get
to
off of
find a
camera.
catalyst
And they
going
all
forward
were.
into the
So
next,
funny. She always
round of
smiles
earnings.
though.
I think we might be
She's
choppy
always
for the next
laughing
couple
like.
weeks.
Shan, what do you think?
I'm not going to
Yeah,
say
I mean,
it,
I think that the major challenge, not to harp too much on the consumer, but
shit.
Josh already made some great points. I think to extend on that,
Her.
what is the consumer behavior
I'll never
going
forget
to look
it.
like in
She
2024
busted
and
out
2025?
laughing.
Like we're in this interim
It
period
was
where
the
I think
whole
we're hitting an
the whole
inflection
thing
of
that happened
what
was
do
fucking
consumers want to spend
hilarious.
money on. You saw
'Cause
it in the
it's all
consumer
live
confidence
TV.
report. Gas prices, food prices reaccelerating, perhaps a hesitancy, if you will, to continue to spend money on services. We've already seen that in Europe, by the way. We've already seen that they've hit that
That's
inflection
exactly
point
what I
in
said
terms of consumers.
about Europe.
But you also have to take a look at what you're paying for and understand that there are still sectors, areas that are traditionally more defensive and perhaps less cyclical that could
I can't wait
afford
to
you an
do it- to
opportunity
be able to do a
participate
giveaway.
in some additional
All right,
upside
so there goes Boeing
as we go into
popping
2024.
back.
Utilities, healthcare. My challenge here in looking at the
Utility's
landscape.
been brutal, right,
Yeah,
this year?
absolutely brutal. But the challenge is that you have to expect that there is going to be an end to tightening, which I think we're all, fairly confident about.
Hey, Bostic says right now it should be the end.
Well,
no, he's not a voting member, but he makes some critical points today that says, you know what, rates are high enough. And there are some suggestions within the readings on inflation that we may be closer to our target than some might think.
Well, some would also like to think that target is closer to 3% than 2%, Scott, so let's be honest about that. I think Bostic is a great example of the Fed continuing to control the narrative, even when it's not voting members. Powell could not come out and say in Jackson Hole last week that we believe that we could overshoot and that overshooting or over-tightening is now the concern. He's going to let the non-voting members do that. If that's the case, Scott, we're still in a scenario, to Jenny's point about valuations, where we are still higher rates for longer. The inflation problem is not solved, and they are not going to be comfortable with 3%, and we still have reaccelerating potential wage issues as we're looking at everything that's happening in the labor market.
I want to go back, Josh, to this valuation.
I'm gonna go make coffee now,
conversation,
Dobie,
discussion,
right.
argument, if it's going to develop into that. Because if you look at the performance of mega cap tech, it's skewed the overall valuation of the market. However, if you look at the current valuation of the equal weight S&P, it's at 15 times. You telling me that's rip-roaring expensive? I mean, if you include the whole S&P, it's 18.5 times because you've got the more forward valuations and higher valuations in some of the Magnificent Seven names. So is the market really as expensive as it would seem on the surface, or no?
Well, the market cap weighted S&P 500 is outperforming equal weight by 11% year to date.
Well, because obviously those tech stocks have roared.
Agree. But I want you to think about how rare we get this degree of outperformance. You have to go back to 1998 to see this degree of large cap market cap weighted pulling away from equal weight. And I think that's a function of where is the biggest earnings growth, where are the stock prices with the most excitement in their daily trading. That's all in one place, and that's what's happening. And yeah, there's a huge amount of skews. If you ask me, like, are stocks reasonably valued? Can you buy them? You can. You just might not want to focus your entire attention on the S&P 50. So let's just take a look. You take a look at a 19 forward PE on the S&P 500. Mid and small caps are a 14 forward PE. Is that an expensive stock market in absolute terms? No, it's not. Is that expensive relative to where interest rates are? No, it isn't. Is it expensive relative to international? Nope. How about relative to history? No, not at all. You can buy mid caps. You can buy small caps. You're not overpaying. You're not doing something reckless. These stocks are cheap. Do they have the same earnings growth as Apple, Microsoft? No, probably not.
Maybe
so
more.
that's
Maybe more, because a lot of those guys are less in the market.
Market-wide, though, probably not. But some areas, yes. So it's never going to be yes or no buy stocks. It's which stocks or what areas of the market do you want to overweight. And for me, I think you can look at areas that just haven't done as much as the NASDAQ, and you could feel comfortable that these are good opportunities if your time horizon is longer than 15 minutes.
We talk a lot about multiple, right, Scott? We talk a lot about valuation. The reality is that we should be talking about what does earnings growth look like in a continued high rate, continued higher cost environment. May have troughed, but what does year? That's where you have to look at whether the multiple is justified or not. I know
this current quarter is the turn.
Unless
That's what the market says.
Unless,
of course, estimates are, the expectations are that earnings are going to quarter, they go even a little higher in the fourth quarter, and by the time you get into next year, you're back towards earnings growth. We've seen for
that only if, and I talked about this earlier, only if the consumer story holds up. And we just saw a savings rate drop to a very low level for this past month's data. Share with you a little bit on the source of what most of what the bulls have been saying. Consumers still strong. Consumers still consuming. It's very rich people taking very expensive European vacations. Not a whole lot else unless you talk about how Bookvar was talking about the August Challenger job cut. Anybody else referencing this? Companies year 57,000 job cuts. That's not the headline unemployment, but that's what's coming eventually. It takes a very long time. That's a 200+% in the amount of in the prior year. It's and then if you think about openings numbers that we saw in JOLTS, if you don't get follow through with the consumer in back to school sales, if we start hearing September, you'd be amazed at how fast the sentiment on Wall Street can shift, and thinking that bad news is bad news. Yeah.
Unless you hear all of that and you're like, okay, well, that's exactly what is closer to eventual cuts in rates.
So you get a new high in the
and you never, the way that this market reacts, you never know. I do want to touch on earnings since we went there and just take a look at some of the cloud names today, whether it's Strike, which Josh will get to in a and Snipe used to own that. That's giving a nice lift. The bottom line is basically they all beat and they all raised. And that's what brings you to the cloud rips today, whether it is Okta, their Salesforce. Josh, you can take CrowdStrike here because you own it. They did beat. They raised their full-year outlook.
My thesis on CrowdStrike is not complex. I think it's
stuff.
one of the better operators in the space.
So
there are other stocks you can make money in, but the
people
bottom line is that
tomorrow there's
cybersecurity
not going to be
is not
anyone.
a want.
Oh,
it's
I
a
wonder if,
must. Anyone that owns a business understands
my
this.
AirPods are dead.
Anyone that's had their data
I might have to
stolen
charge
understands. Anyone that's been involved in lawsuits, this is something that must happen. And so CrowdStrike is very good at closing sales. That's why they were able to report the
I
quarter they
think
did,
if the
even
numbers
in an
come in, I
environment
think that's.
where
I
we're
think
hearing from a lot of
we're going to get
enterprise,
volume.
Software
There
and
might
enterprise
not be,
tech,
but
that there's been like a slowdown in decision making.
I really feel like,
fine.
especially
I think
if the
stock goes
numbers,
higher, tons of upgrades,
sorry,
tons of price targets going up today.
If the
And
numbers
if you look
come
at the quarter,
in,
you're talking about a company, they beat on
like,
revenue, they beat on earnings,
especially
they
a
guided
surprise,
higher on
I think
both.
we see some
That's,
decent volume
what else
tomorrow.
do you want to hear?
I do.
This is
I
not
really
a stock
do.
that's just tripled this year. This is a stock that's been in the penalty box for, I don't know, 24, 26 months. So I like to see this reaction in the stock price, and I don't think this is all we're going to see.
Jason, you own Palo Alto. I mean, it was, Fortinet kind of scared people
100%.
weeks back. Like, uh-oh, what's going on in this cyberspace? And then Palo Alto, sets the Summer Friday earnings release, and people are like, okay, maybe this is now going to be the second hit on these stocks, and of course it wasn't. Palo Alto is just fine, and now CrowdStrike is just fine.
Right. Not
so
fine. 37% revenue growth.
And remember you two tried to scare the bejesus out of me for standing behind it?
Jason Snipe.
Yeah.
Snipe, Palo Alto.
So, I mean, for me, as it relates to Palo Alto, I mean, I agree with Josh on all the fundamental themes are still very much intact. From a cybersecurity perspective, you still need to focus on, and enterprise spend is still there.
So it looks like we're going to
really strong
retest this
quarter,
50-day on
81%
Boeing
EPS
team.
growth,
And look at the volume that
revenue
came in
growth
there.
for the stock. And I think what's really nice about Palo Alto, they're balancing growth with profitability.
That looks to be,
And I think
if you
that's
look
what the
long
street
term, guys,
is acknowledging
look, there's a
them for,
small
and
double
that's why the
top right
stock's up
here.
70%.
Yeah, well, lo and behold, tech
Right?
is outperforming
There's
yet
double
again.
top
It's a perfect
right
segue
here.
into
That's
the
your
question,
high.
Shannon, as to whether
Right?
the
That's
Nasdaq's
still
going
like,
for
I
its
would
eighth
consider
up
that a
day out of
high.
the last 9.
What do? We
whether
come in
tech
and put
is
in a
going to
lower
remain the
high.
place to be. People like
Lower
Jenny
high. Look at it
started to
rolling
make the
over.
argument,
Lower
and
high.
others have who are underweight
Right?
in the mega cap names.
Lower
that you don't need to be
high.
there. There are plenty of other places to look.
So,
well,
that's
I want to know
awesome,
what you
man.
think about
That's
this
what's
idea.
up.
You've got a few months left in the year. It's
That's
not
awesome.
like a long stretch of time.
It's
as to
doing the
whether,
damn
if
thing.
there
I
is
knew
a
it would do
chase
something
for
like that
performance
going into
left to
lunchtime
come,
and shit.
whether
You know
that's
how
the
it
place
is,
you're going to
bro.
continue to see it.
You already know
All right,
how
so
it
the-
is.
so the
You've been
equation
spending
for
some time
success
here and
in
you're
tech
starting to
this
get an
quarter,
understanding
right,
of it. I love it.
was cut
All right,
costs,
there's another test of
increase
yesterday's
margin,
high.
and raise
If we don't hold
guidance. I mean,
like,
and
it's only
they
a matter
all
of
have
time
essentially-
before
you mentioned AI.
we're
You
back
mentioned
down
AI.
at 450s,
You
guys.
cut costs. Well done.
I don't see them keeping risk on going into non-farm payroll
with, frankly,
and the data that we
limited
have
upside
tomorrow.
in the stock prices because a lot of
Why
them had
would
traded
you?
ahead of that.
That's the
And so
question.
if
Why
I'm
wouldn't you
looking
just
at
take
from
some
now
profit
until the end
off?
of the year, how does
Because
that
you
get
can always buy back
replicated
in.
with, the
Right? You can
the
always buy
comment that
back
Josh
in.
just
You can
made
buy
with long
back in
sales
pre-market.
cycles.
You don't have to
They're
wait for
all
market
talking about long
hours.
sales cycles.
It's not like
And
you
so
have to
how
wait for
long do
9:30.
Tech investors
So,
expect to hang
taking
in
some
there
of this
on the
profit
AI story for those
that
secondary
you've been
and tertiary
given for
AI
the
names,
first half
not
of the
NVIDIA.
year,
Fine, they're delivering.
just in
They're
case the
already
data
benefiting
comes
'cause
in,
they're in the first
you
part
know,
of the. They're in the first.
not
inning
what
of
the
this.
Fed wants
like
to
a
see.
Broadcom, for example,
Taking
which
that
reports
profit allows you to
in overtime tonight,
you
and
know.
that's been very much part of the
That's
story.
all.
Christina
That's the
Partsinevelos
mindset,
is
and there's the
here
break.
with what to expect
Unbelievable.
from that. It's the perfect segue to you, right?
Nice
People
job,
talk about
bro.
it, but they
Nice
don't
job.
mention it in the same light as the Nvidias of the world or Alphabets or Microsofts.
No, they don't. But Broadcom can actually be one of those names that would see tangible benefits from that AI revenue. And I say that because it has exposure to Ethernets as well as custom silicon. You had other companies like, let's say, Ambarella 2 days ago, right? They're moving into video processors that are going to be used for AI infrastructure. But their report showed still weakness in the consumer. The stock dropped double digits. With Broadcom, it's the last big chip maker to announce their
But
earnings.
if you guys don't know, there was
They've
a
been
stock.
pretty consistent
Yeah,
over
that
the
is
last
beautiful,
several
bro.
six quarters in terms of
No,
growth within various business segments.
Sorry, I didn't mean to yell
The
in the mic.
concern for me is that last week we had a little bit more of a muted reaction from Nvidia shares after the
cancel.
earnings
I
came
don't
out.
wanna
It
do
closed
that.
4% lower on Friday. Same thing
Okay,
from
I know.
Marvell.
It won't let
But if
me
you look at some
cancel.
of the data, buy-side ownership for Broadcom is pretty high. And why is that? Valuation is lower than a lot of other names. Evaluation forward PE is around 21 times. Marvell's at 34 times, so you can
Wow.
already say, hey, this is a little bit cheaper. With Broadcom, though, I think the big part of this is that it's considered a little bit less cyclical because of its diversification in end markets and the fact that it does have
That is
exposure
nice,
to
bro.
that
Great
AI
job.
CapEx spend in in the form of silicon, custom silicon, as well as Ethernets. We'll see. The CEO did warn that last quarter that the second half might be muted. So I feel like that kind of set like a weird bar.
Yeah, not to mention the fact, and you referenced this too, and we saw it with NVIDIA, that most of these stocks have run fairly strongly into their numbers. which, has to be part of the story as well, just like, investors may have felt it was already baked in by the time NVIDIA delivered their second blowout quarter in a row just a few weeks ago.
I think that the argument is those that got in, right? And you kind of almost missed the boat. You're seeing it with the entire index. Almost every single constituent of the stocks is lower, with the exception of course, NVIDIA, Marvell. No, sorry, not Marvell. With the Broadcom
I feel
in
like
that
this
mix.
thing
But
could start
we may
breaking
actually
down
see
here
for the
soon,
first time in
guys.
3 months the
If it's
entire
going
sector
to.
close in the red.
I feel like
for,
right now
the
it's
month
like
of August.
it's
So
at
this
the
is a
point where
concern.
it needs the momentum
I
and
think
just
there's
to drop.
questions about the durability of this AI revenue growth in the near term. The hype can only go so far. Let's see if that actually equates to numbers. Ambarella is an example where it didn't equate to numbers. There's a few other reports too, so we'll see if that happens with Broadcom.
Yeah, Steph Link has been all over Broadcom, by the way, and she's talked about it so many times on this program, just trying to counter the narrative that it's NVIDIA and everybody else. Jenny, the chip rip, as we're calling it, in a 1 week performance, SMH is up 5% in a week. NVIDIA's 5%, Broadcom's 7%. You're looking at 5, 6, 7% gains in many of these stocks within that space.
And I think you need to go stock by stock and look at each one and say, what's the valuation? What's the earnings reality here? We own Intel and we own Teradyne, and that's just a safer way. But you can look at those individually and say, okay, I think that the earnings story pairs well with the valuation story. Therefore, that's something that I can work with in the future. But I think you are back to not painting chips with a broad brush.
It was
you need to go one by one.
I totally agree. These are not all the same. They're not interchangeable. This is not like you could substitute Ruffles with baked Lay's.
Are you
and
kidding
people
me?
know the difference.
What the
And
fuck?
for the valuation people who held their nose at NVIDIA for 5 years, the stock
Unbelievable.
actually got significantly cheaper after this last earnings quarter than what it was valued at in January. So there's an argument to be made that if it was too rich for your blood in January, maybe take another look.
I think we're
because
going to
it's
start
gone
going
from
to the
43 times
downside.
earnings to
God
33.
damn it, man.
That is a material difference. So that's one. Two,
Would
NVIDIA
you guys see what I
is
see?
Not
Do
what's
you
good for
see
NVIDIA
what
is not
I
necessarily
see?
good for all of the companies in this space because of how unique the
Oh, shut the
accelerated
hell
computing
up.
story is.
You don't know what
They're
the hell
just
you
not
do. You don't
all
even fucking
playing
trade, dude.
in that same sandbox, and in fact,
Motherfucker
their
on here every
data
day, don't
center
even trade.
wins have to come at the expense of someone. Someone else has to
Do you
lose.
see
So I don't
what
think it's a good
I
proxy,
see?
even though it's a huge weighting within SMH.
I know my voice
It doesn't
is
necessarily. It's not a
horrible. I can't
rising
sing,
tide. Benefiting all ships.
Just
I
trying to
point
give
out
you guys the
NVIDIA new
keys.
high
Boom, boom,
yesterday,
boom.
closed at a new
Head and
all-time
shoulder,
high 40
dog.
times in the
Right,
year
yo, that's a head and
2021,
shoulder.
0 times
Right?
in 2022.
What up, my trade dog?
This was $120.
Every time that
stock
commercial
that is
comes on, I
now
can't help but
approaching
fucking laugh.
500. It has not been all wine
Like,
and roses
in a
for
sense,
the
they're
last few
making
years.
fun of all these new
But
traders
this
and
year,
shit. So funny.
We've
Like,
had
I'm one of
13
them, right?
new all-time high
I wouldn't
closes.
say I'm new, but
Most of those have come in the last 68 days. And, this is a stock that has not only made a tremendous comeback, but then has made progress. You cannot point at it and say, oh, it's a bubble, because the earnings have grown to such a degree that the stock continues to get cheaper as it goes up. It probably won't continue like this indefinitely. I'm just telling you the story so
when
far.
you see it,
and Christina,
even later on in the day,
and
tomorrow.
the other reality check that some of these companies
that
have
you're
gotten
reading,
recently
you're reading it right. Look, we're
is
just
that
going to
if
continue.
you're not part of
This is
the
a 1
AI
minute chart.
narrative, you're at risk of being left behind, not just from a sales standpoint, but just
I knew we
where
were selling
all the
off
chat
today,
is
guys.
going. I mean, Stacy
knew it.
Rascon yesterday, good example here.
That's why I was leaning
Downgrades
short.
Texas Instruments to the equivalent
And I
of
should
a
have
SIP.
held them, but
One of the top-rated analysts
I'm going to go
on the
find out
street
what
knows
they're
the
at.
space as well
Because
as
my
anybody.
goal was to hold
we
them.
don't talk about Texas Instruments all that much.
And like
That's part
risk
of my
to
point.
a certain point.
Yeah, with Texas, his
No,
argument
see,
was
they're not
that you need
even
to hold
back
on to it
yet.
a lot longer if you want to reap the benefits. I think there's one confusing part of this conversation, and I want to bring it back to CrowdStrike and Okta really quickly. You saw strength, right? And we're supposed to see this
the
drop
volume
in IT
on those
spend.
changed
you have
a
the
lot,
AI
guys.
victims, the AI beneficiaries.
There was only, I think there was like
to Josh's point,
30,000.
there's going to be people or companies that are going to lose out as more
on the
money shifts
volume
towards
on the-
CapEx,
no.
AI or AI CapEx.
Yeah, it was like 30,000.
But last night's earnings with Okta as well as CrowdStrike showed a different story, that IT spend
And now
is still
there's
pretty
68.
robust, resilient. Maybe
More
you
than
can
double
argue
the
it's
amount of
towards
volume
that
on those.
AI cybersecurity
That's the
spend, but overall, I
449s.
found that to be a little bit conflicting with what we're seeing with some of the chip makers.
Yeah. Good stuff, Christina. Thank you. Christina
And if you're
Partsinevelos.
buying, if you're trying to
Joining us
scalp
here
and
on
stuff,
Halftime
I can
Straight
tell
Ahead,
you
an
right
upgrade
now,
for One
you
Stock City says is
you
an
know,
early AI
especially
play.
towards
We've
the
got
end
some
of the
ownership
day
desk
on
as
dailies,
well.
you want to be as
We
close
reveal
to
it, we
the money
debate
as you
it,
can,
and we'll
if
do it on
not
our
in
call
the
of the day
money,
next.
and just collect that movement, depending on, you know, it's not depending on anything, but it's like being able to read like the delta, and like where, because there's like in options there is a certain point where like the meta trade yesterday, right? It paid. We got in one candle, right? This thing just ripped to the downside. It was like boom, it just flushed, and those contracts paid, and then it got to a certain point. And even the trade we did last week, or earlier in the week, I forget what it was, where it was like, I don't need to hold these anymore. Oh, Microsoft was just ripping, and there was a certain point to where they didn't pay anymore, because after they get in the money, you're pretty much looking at dollar for dollar. For every dollar it goes up, you're up $100, or every dollar it goes down, you're losing $100. Whatever, your position is. So there comes to a point when you buy out of the money where you get that separation. You're not going dollar for dollar. You're going, you're getting like $1.75, right? $2 to $1, right? Because there's that separation, and then as you get in close to where you're at, then it's dollar for dollar. So that's something a lot of people may not understand if they're new, but it's good to start recognizing like when that's starting to happen, where the stock's going higher and your options aren't. They're just sitting there or going lower. Right? There's a reason for that. Am I the only one who sees that? Well, I see two, right? I could see an inverse head and shoulders here. Wow, look at that trend line, guys. Look at this. Nvidia's doing some weird shit here. Look at this. Look at these candles. Like to a T. That's so weird. And then this. There's your range. It's just sitting in its range. Now it's doing the same. Remember what the SPY did to the downside? It looks like, this is happening to the upside.
We're back. One of our calls of the day today, Arista Networks, right there. Stock's up more than 4%.
Loving
Upgraded
this.
to buy at Citi. Josh
What's
has the
going
stock.
on?
They say upside of nearly 20%, and you bought it just last week.
I did. I don't own a lot of it. I wish I could say I owned more, but I don't own it much lower than where it is right now. What I said when I bought it was this. Everyone is out there now looking for the next NVIDIA, and understandably, it might be the greatest stock of all time. What they're looking at are other companies that are going to benefit from this wholesale global shift to accelerated computing. And you can have all the NVIDIA H100 chips you want, or A100s or whatever. Like, you can have all of that equipment, but if your networks can't talk to each other, then it's just it's meaningless. So what Arista Networks is the company supplying the switches and the routers for next generation data centers and for accelerated computing.
I'm going to go make my coffee, and I'll be
They're not the
right
only
back,
player
and we
there. They're
will.
just the
Sorry
best.
that the charts are like
And,
this. I need to
I
stop
think
doing
that this is the
I
type
got to
of
keep these
stock that
charts
could
up.
benefit over the next 3 to 5 years as we see this build out take place. Again, I don't think I'm buying a value stock here. I understand I'm paying up. I think it's worth paying up because
Look at
this
that
is a
break and
very
retest,
unique
guys, right there.
situation at a
That's a
unique
nice
point in
break and
time. So that's the
retest
idea
of
behind
yesterday's
Arista.
highs.
And nice to see other analysts
Damn,
coming
it's
along
so far
and
below
agreeing.
VWAP, though,
Your
guys.
fellow
Watch
shareholder
out.
Jason Snipe, you bought it in March.
Look at that.
Yes, sir. Boom.
Boom, exactly. 451. Look at that.
He paid 8 times earnings.
Damn.
Well done, Jason.
Right. No, but I mean, Josh sums it up perfectly. I mean, it's a leading cloud network solutions provider. This switching, and I think what's super interesting about Arista, I think most of the market thought data center
All right,
and cloud
guys,
spend was
so
going to be slow this year.
we have
Clearly, it's been the
a
opposite,
bit
and
of
they're
a
truly
flag
benefiting
going
from
on
that.
here.
You know, revenue was up 39% this past quarter. EPS growth was up over 46%. This company continues to beat on the top and the bottom and continue to raise their guidance, so that's why we own it.
You know, the other one I wanted to hit
No,
on, Jenny,
come on.
was 3M. Got upgraded. It's been in the news a lot lately. right? A couple days, the stock really rocked. Upgraded to equal weight at Morgan Stanley. Target goes to 113.
Palo
Look at
Alto
the
was actually
stock,
putting in
you own it. Why are
it
you
almost
laughing?
looked like a
Because there
reverse
is
head and
no
shoulders, not a
segue
reverse head and shoulders, but
from aristocrat to
an island reversal.
I thought we were sticking to
It's not
AI.
accelerated computing.
Is it really, bro?
The opposite of AI.
I can't
is
see it. What
Rhiannon
does it say?
Post-it notes.
Hold on.
So when I
Let me
bought
see.
this
Let
a
me
year
look
and
on the
change ago,
computer.
it
I'm
was with
sorry
the
to keep
idea
bringing
that
that
I
over.
thought at that point, with the stock being down so much, with so much bad
Yo,
news
that's
and
awesome,
bad
bro.
expectations
That's
incorporated into the share
awesome,
price,
dude.
I thought I
That's
was buying it at the
awesome.
right time. I bought it early.
That's
So what we
awesome.
have in
That's
the last
what
couple
it
weeks
is,
that
bro.
the,
That's what we're here
is
for. I
that
wish
the
more
numbers are
people would
actually
realize
coming out
that.
on what they're
Right? It's a
on
good
what they're
call. You
going
bought
to
it at the
pay
right
for
time, dude.
litigation
Look at
over
that.
PFAS, which are the
You bought it
forever
at the right
chemicals that are
time.
there in the water, and also
You
for
really
the earplug
did.
litigation. So those numbers
Really
are coming
did.
out, and there
I'm
is
glad I was able
finally
to bring
real
that
clarity
out.
coming in. But
Bring
it's
that
interesting
out.
because Morgan Stanley, Goldman,
I
JP
mean,
Morgan, they're all out there and they're all kind of at neutral. They all have price targets between
like,
113 and
boom,
117.
boom,
3M
like,
spinning off their healthcare business.
it's time.
It's still a
It's
really
time.
messy
It's going
story.
up.
You know,
That's
me, I love
awesome,
hairy,
man.
messy
I'm happy
stories
for you.
because I think
That's
that's where there's
awesome.
opportunity. So I think there is upside. I think a floor has kind of been set right now
That's awesome.
on the shares.
What
You've
was
got
I
a
gonna
5 and
do?
change dividend yield. It's a
Shit.
dividend aristocrat.
I
They've
know I'm gonna
paid
get a coffee.
forever and
What
grown the
was the
dividend
ticker?
forever. I think that'll continue, but it's messy.
Even the look,
Getting
even
better,
part of
but
the
messy.
even part of the upgrade says it could still be messy, but
Yeah.
maybe it's in the stock.
Well, because they're thinking that even though
That's
they've
awesome,
agreed to
man.
pay
I'm
about
happy
$6 billion for the
for you.
earplugs, they think that there will be more behind that. But at least real numbers are coming out. And I should say the expectation for this round of earplug litigation was that it would be a $10 billion fine. So coming in at $6 billion is a bit better. But it's just
How big can the chemical? Because I've been looking at the stock. It's been cut in half already. How big do we think those numbers are going to be on the forever chemical side?
Nobody can
And for
answer that.
how long do you think this could
Nobody
drag
can
out?
answer. Who knows? But I think it's dragged out a lot. But right now,
Let me go
they're
make
about
this cup of
25
coffee. I'll be
billion
right
over
back.
the next 10 years.
There's a
And so
try
who
above
knows how much bigger it can
that
be.
level,
But
guys,
for
but-
what their revenues are, for what the company can handle, like they can digest that. This is a company that does make things that we use every day, even though it's like Post-it notes and Band-Aids and stuff like that. Bandages, sorry, not Band-Aids. But the opposite of AI.
Hey, you're the one who's made the argument that you don't need to necessarily be on what the hottest trend in the market is.
Yeah, man.
To see some nice
You guys
rewards.
have a good rest of your
And that is
afternoon,
an
bro.
accurate
I
statement.
appreciate you guys so much.
Well, I would
If
like
you guys
to
haven't
think
done
that,
so, hit that like.
know,
If you have any questions, I'm going to get into a lesson.
Just
Just
get
waiting for that
headlines
coffee to
now
get
with
made, and I
Silvana
have a really
now.
good
Hi,
lesson
Silvana.
for us.
Hey, Scott, nearly
I'll see you on the
75
live, bro. I
people
greatly
were killed
appreciate
in
you, man.
Johannesburg, South Africa today in one of the deadliest residential fires in the country's history. A fire raged through a rundown 5-story apartment block overnight, where witnesses said some 200 or more people lived in an informal settlement. Authorities have not established the cause, but suggested the flames could have started with a candle. The White House reported that President Biden signed a major disaster declaration ordering all available federal resources to help Florida's hurricane response efforts. The FEMA administrator announced that she will tour the area with Governor Ron DeSantis to assess damages. He is requesting federal aid for all 25 counties impacted by Idalia. And Taylor Swift's Eras Tour swept across stadiums and is now making its theater debut. The concert 13th at all USA, and prices are higher than usual, with kids $13. That's a nod to the singer's adult tickets priced at $19. And if you need to ask why, well, you are not a Swiftie, Scott.
Yeah. That's why at this point. Thank you, Silvana. Silvana, big dive for one retailer, what it means for the state of the consumer. So we'll be back in a couple minutes here on the halftime report. Dow's gone negative, as has the S&P.
minimums.
We're back. Let's do our chart of the day. We mentioned it earlier. It's Dollar General. It's sinking after cutting its outlook and missing on expectations. Ugly chart today. Josh, I just want you to finish the thought that you started off, at the top of the show. I know you didn't want to go into any detail because you knew we were going to do it later. But what this significance of this is, as Matthew Boss, by the way, downgrades the stock, cuts the target to 132. He had it at 210.
Look, I think obviously shrinkage and all of those issues plays a role at every retailer. Like I don't really think anyone's immune to what's going on, but I think there's a lot more than that at play. Wow. This is a tough business model. In the best of times, their margins are not great. In the very, very best of times, these are not the very best of times. We've had a couple of years of just historic consumption, and at a certain point, that's got to cool off a little bit. And then you've got margin pressure. Everybody has margin pressure. Some companies are better than others at dealing with it, but this is the lowest of the low end in terms of margins historically. So who's going to get squeezed the worst? Of course, it's going to be these types of stocks. And Dollar Tree wasn't immune, and that's why they're blowing up. And I really don't see the opportunity here. I asked the producers to show the difference between a business like this and the polar opposite, which is LVMH. LVMH has gained market share where this company has destroyed market share, and this is operating margins. And you could look at this several different ways. You could look at profit margins, et cetera, but like just on operating margins alone, LVMH outgrows Dollar General and preserves these massive margins. If you're an investor, that's what you want to be invested in. Companies that are selling to that consumer, growing the business 20%, and having 20-some-odd% operating margins. This company, now 6%. Does 6 go to 5? Does 5 go to 4? Does anyone want to stay here, stick around and find out? And as a kicker, not really any revenue growth either. So the way I think about investing, I own a company that's growing 40% a year, that has 20% profit margins. I'm not going to then take my dollars and invest in a company that's flat growth with 6% margins. So I think if more of us thought like business owners, we would allocate differently, and this stock would not be in most people's portfolios.
So Jenny, Kohl's, VF Corp, it's been tough for apparel.
Yeah,
unless you've been really, really lucky to be in the right place, but the right place has been hard to find.
Actually, it's not that hard to find. I keep this list. Here, I'll show you guys. I keep this list of the retailers because I think it's fun. And I've separated into the winners and the losers. And I've got 13 retailer winners and 11 losers. And so even if you look at Target, Josh, to your point about margins are so tough, actually, Target had a good quarter because margins were better than expected.
That's easy, having 13 winners and 11 losers? That doesn't sound like it's so easy to pick.
Given what we'd expect, I feel like the narrative...
Wait, Target's a winner this quarter,
hold on.
this quarter.
The narrative, I think, is being overly negative and overly bearish. When you look at it and you're actually like, you know what? A lot of the retailers are doing A-okay. And you look at Victoria's Secret. So that's your, that's apparel. That was just today. Victoria's Secret's up like, I think, 5% and change last I checked. And management's saying, hey, they're seeing improving sales trends. You know what else was interesting today? Academy Sports came out. So we saw Dick's a week or so ago. Dick's was horrible. You have Academy Sports, and actually they're up 13% and change.
Are you talking about, when you say up 13% and change, are you talking, because I don't think, I think you got to be careful in the way that you look at some of these apparel. If you're looking at performance from the beginning of the year, we're talking about at this point, hold on, I'll come back to you, I promise. We're talking, from sort of here forward or more recently, if these stocks are about to take a dive, it almost doesn't matter what happened at the beginning of the year. If to Josh's worry, consumer is about to turn more dramatically. For example, Target's down almost 7% in a month. That matters to me more than whatever if they were up before that.
But this goes exactly back to VF Corp. And why did I buy VF Corp? Right? Why are there things that you can buy? Because VF Corp has already anticipated this, and people's expectations for the consumer are so horrible and so terrible. So VF Corp's already down 80%. Like, where are you going to turn? And that consumer skews not at LVMH, but certainly not at Dollar General or Dollar Tree. So there's a lot to do there. But it also, if we're trying to look at retail broadly, and say, what's the consumer really doing? And then look at the stocks, which are two separate things. What you're seeing from a lot of them, you're seeing it from Victoria's Secret, you're seeing it from Target, you're seeing it from Academy Sports, and from Signet Jewelers announced this morning too. And they had good earnings. What you're seeing is actually the consumer, by and large, is not quite as weak as investors expected them to be when they pushed many of these share prices down too much.
Jason,
so there are opportunities.
Stocks
here.
in a 53% drawdown target.
And so that's why which one are you talking about right now?
Well, no, you said winners in what?
Winners on earnings.
on the last earnings.
Sorry.
Okay.
Winnings after earnings.
So it went up
calls.
3% after earnings?
Which one are you talking about
Target?
now? Target? Yes, and Walmart was down, right? But why was Target up? Because margins were a little better than expected. And so
It's
that's
kind of
what we're
like
thinking
VF
about.
Corp is down 53% over the last year.
Absolutely. So what a great time to buy. And actually, it's down 80% from its high.
Unless it's down that much for a reason.
It was down that much for a reason. Why? Because they were a pandemic beneficiary, right? Earnings ballooned, got way too crazy. A lot of that had to be worked off. Inventory had to be worked off. Now you've got a really, really well-managed company that has a 120-plus year history of managing brands well, trading at 10 times earnings. You can look forward and say, okay, these earnings have been reset. They're sustainable. It's a 5+% dividend yield. From here, we're in excellent shape. And their consumer is holding up okay, right? Their consumer is not the Dollar Tree. So you've got a lot of mishmash in retail, but I think it's interesting for me, and that's why I've been tracking it post-earnings calls
Victoria's Secret, you mentioned it, downgraded today at Wells.
Okay, but meanwhile, the
Chewy
stock's up 7%. Why? Because they're seeing improving sales trends.
Chewy downgraded, Hostess downgraded, Costco now.
But look at what the Chewy share price is doing.
Jason Snipe, I can't. Jason Snipe, same-store sales, they're up.
Yeah.
Costco, strong performance outside the U.S., that's your stock.
100%. And I think as it relates to Costco, all these names are not created equal. I think that's a conversation we're having.
And the consumer's not that weak yet.
It's also not the same consumer for all these stores, clearly,
sure.
right? So same-store sales were up. Internationally, Costco is doing well. The stock is up 20% year to date. But I always look at the predictability of that membership renewal stream. And that's really why I like Costco, and that's why it's a little bit more costly than some of the others.
Shan?
You don't, historically, for Dollar General, Ross stores, TJX even, you get a trade down during economic weakness. We're not seeing a trade down because, higher income households do not have to trade down right now. And so they're losing money out of the back door to a lower income consumer that has experiencing significant stress from food and gas prices, does not have any fiscal stimulus coming to them any longer, and is now going to be facing an environment over the next 6, 9, 12 months where prices aren't going to go down, Scott. And so without that replacement in terms of trade down, all of these types of companies are going to be in the
So
Uh,
I just think, look, the retail ETF, the XRT.
So
okay,
I'm
it's
going to
up,
go
what is
over
it,
a little
up
bit of
6%
football this weekend. If you guys
year-to-date,
want to
so
join
it's-
us, that's
it's-
fine.
It's trailed
If
the
not,
S&P
that's fine too.
By half, at least. Now, discretionary as a sector's up 33, but be careful how you read that because that's like Amazon and Tesla. Right? So I don't know. You're hard pressed to make a case that now is a great time to buy apparel or retail names.
My point was, you can cherry pick. It's a great time to cherry pick. You can find things that have moved asynchronously. As earnings have come out, I think there's not as much weakness in doomsday scenario as was previously expected.
All right, Mike Santoli next with his midday word. We're back after this.
I fucking told you guys, man. I told you. They were going to make it difficult like they did last week, them son of a bitches. They made it difficult. I knew it. I knew we were to the downside. I knew. It's not that I should have held those. I should have got back in them. Should have got back in them. Because. Oh, my fucking God. This is so hard now, guys. God damn it. Excuse my language. I do not mean to say the Lord's name in vain. It's not vain. It's sugar cane. It's sweet. You know, think about it like that, I guess. I don't know what the hell I'm saying. But anyway. All right. You know Billy Madison, the guy that was always after Billy Madison? That little fucking laugh he had? That's what I think about the market. That's what it's doing right now. Right? Okay? I don't like that. I don't like what it's doing right now. I'm going to show you exactly what I feel like the market's doing to all of this right now, other than the only member in chat I feel like who was able to hit the ball today. Billy Madison laugh emoji, I guess. Something like that, right? Emofi. This little motherfucker right there. Yeah, that's what it's doing right there. And this. Shut up. No, but this. Where's that fucking laugh at? Eric. God damn it, Billy. So, this is where I'm coming from right now. This is what the market is doing. Little weasel laugh. Right, exactly. Little fucking weasel. I gotta see it. I gotta see it. This is what the market's doing to y'all right now. Right? If you're still here, I greatly appreciate you. God damn it, hit that damn like button and subscribe for all the nonsense that we do here. It's going to get better, I'm telling you. Yeah.
Bill, I think Eric is up to something.
Who's Eric?
Oh, he works for my
That Veronica Vaughn.
company if I screw up. He's a douchebag.
Damn.
He made some menacing comments
God
to me
damn.
today, and then he did that little weasel laugh that he does.
Oh yeah, how's that laugh go again?
You know.
Yeah, it's very good.
Oh, that Veronica Vaughn.
I'm sure he's got something up his sleeve.
Sounds like the S&Ps, doesn't it? Little fucks. Damn it. Oh my God! Come on! He does it somewhere. Oh right. No, that's not it either. There it is. There it is. That's when he does it. What the? I want the emoji. I want to hear him laugh. Fuck it. We're not getting it. Either way. That's what the market did. And this is how I feel about the market right now. Right there. That's me looking at the S&P. Fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit, man. No, it's not. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. We will attack. We can attack right now. We can attack right now. That's a break and retest, guys. The game ain't over. The problem is you might have some support right here, though. Do we put in a percent type of day? We're only down 0.11%, guys. Could give it to me. God damn it, I don't want... This is the thing about risk, right? You got to put on risk. What is the risk to reward? The risk to reward is, for me, 50 cents or 25 cents to possibly make... Sorry, 450.09-ish. 09er. 450.10 to 50. So that's 40 cents. Right now, my risk to reward would be a quarter to a half, right? It's pretty much 1 to 1, maybe like 1 to 1.5. I don't like that. All right, so if I were to get puts right now, which is where you're going to have to get them, here it goes. If it's going to go, it's going to go right now. Look, 3,561 to the buy side filled. Tape speeding up. See, you got to watch. It didn't go. That was when it had, if it started to sell off and hold that level, bang. Well, here we go. We're touching the 90 MA. So where's our risk to reward now? There, see the selling's trying to come in. They're not gonna sell this thing short. I feel like. Let me get my level 2 up because I need to see the bid. Look at that volume. But look at that volume, right? The thing is that other volume, it's not fully it's not all green, even for the sell side, right? Maybe this, but there is a little wick there, but shit. This is where I think we get to 405.12. 450.12. I'm sorry. So 450.12, call it 450.10. And that is 60 cents. So that's 50 cents. So that's 20 cents to make 50 cents. Sounds like a 2-to-1 to me. That's actually not that bad, right? It's not that bad, right? I bet. Let's do it. I'm with it. We're so far below VWAP, but we're really only down just a little bit. Volume's actually coming in. I don't like where the volume is. So I feel like it's a no trade. Because we could come up here to Friday's close. So let's really analyze everything. You did make it resistance, but you didn't like pull away from it and come and just turn it back around to retest it to put in that higher low, right? So let's see here. So now the risk to reward is getting better. The risk to reward is getting better, guys. Kinda. If I do make the decision, I will let all of you guys know. But right now, I'm gonna hold on 1 second. All right, so we're gonna get into some things. I'm gonna get into some college football real quick, and kind of go into some stuff. If you guys have any questions, like let's get a discussion going. Right? Does anybody know anything about like legal like things like with like business, like things you can do and not do and uh stuff? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. I'm gonna go over some football. Right? I'm gonna figure out how we can make some money. That's where my mind's at. Where can we turn a buck into two? There's some news on Amazon that just came out, guys. Oh, where's my boy Chris at? This thing kept rallying, but pulled back. I'm sure that's probably around a 38.2 fib. I probably don't even have to measure it. I was gonna say I was thinking about ending the stream. I don't know, guys. You know, we made a decent run down. I think we gotta wait and see what's up with non-farm tomorrow, non-farm payrolls, another like recession data, another piece of data that's used to, you know, gauge a recession other than GDP. So, you know, bounce it back, right? Maybe we bounce it back in the afternoon and then sell off from 451. Maybe there's an anticipation of taking profits in front of this number tomorrow to lock things in case things go sour, right? Those are my thoughts. We just hang out in this area, guys. If we have a huge day, I don't know why we would, other than the Europe number and other than the the jobless claims number. You know, there's a bounce on Amazon. There was some news on Boeing. Yeah. So I love you all. You guys have a great day. Join us. I'm getting ready to do a college football stream. I'll see you guys in a little bit. No, we're gonna do it right here. We're gonna do it right here. If you're short VFS, please watch this 35. I would not short this thing just yet. Here's the positive. You got this thing underneath a VWAP. It cannot break above VWAP and hold. You got that going for you. But don't be blind to the fact that it's sitting here trying to change the rotation of itself to the upside. Right? It's not going this way anymore. It's going that way. Right? So it's making lower highs. So right around here is where I would say, hey, $36, $36.05. This thing starts to hold. It's under the 90 MA. There we go. Look, right to the is it going to break it? You know, there it goes. See how it's getting squirmy right there? Because that is the inflection point. That's the inflection point right there. I'm going to clip this and put it on the video there. So you guys can understand, like, you may not be able to do this. How did I know that? I didn't know, but I know. I'm looking at it from both sides of the trade. If I'm long, this is what I want to see. If I'm short, this is what I want to see. Exactly what I'm explaining. So therefore, if we're at a place where we're going to get that battle, where we're going to get buyers or sellers, and I think you might just get buyers. I think she's going to go up, guys. If this thing wasn't $36 at the moment, I would buy it. I would buy this right now, but I'm not. Because they are doing an offering and all that fun stuff. But I feel like you could have shorts start to take profits. Let's see here. Am I reading this correctly? It held there. I figured that if it holds this area, like, yeah, it could sit here. It could still hold through 95, 92, but you know, if you want to see if it's making higher highs, I mean, I guess what? It's still safe. You know, I would count it out to the short side now if it doesn't bounce here. But, you know, technically, it could still come all the way down to here and then make a higher low and start trying to work higher and bang, bang, bang. You got yourself a short squeeze again. Because everybody that was short that hopped in late, day late and a dollar short, got hurt. No, but seriously, right here, right? If it puts in a lower high, I don't think it's going to, because you just had your inflection point right there. It's that area where it's like, hey, who's going to give up here? Who's giving? So, we're going to start this college football show in just a minute. Give me 1 second. If there's anybody just joining us, if you could, hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. One whole viewer, and it is me, myself, and I. Like I said, just give me 1 second. I'm setting everything up now. I'm actually going to make a new stream here. I'm going to make a new stream, so give me 10 minutes and I'll be right back on. I love y'all. Hit that like, share, subscribe. I'll post a thumbnail. I'll be right back.